This is an intimate little recording session. There are only a few of us here. 3 apparently. Okay, after Sunday night's disaster, I've managed to get some charge into the lantern by 2 days of solar. We'll see how long it lasts. When the lamp gives out, the stream will end, if it hasn't already ended. Many apologies for Sunday night. It would appear that one of the prongs, one of the teeth inside the USB port has bent, twisted, dropped out, I don't know. But it doesn't charge anymore. It doesn't, all messages. Okay, I'm switching to live chat, all messages. And you should too, folks. If you leave YouTube alone to its own devices, chat will filter 10 or 20% of messages. So you want to not leave it on top chat, which is the default option. You want to specify live messages, all live chat, all messages, however they word it. How do they word it? Yeah, live chat, all messages are visible. That way nothing gets filtered out. We've got Fabrizio here early on. Hello, farmer. How you doing, mate? I'm just in the middle of making one of my coffees. I'm making it with water, cold water, ice cold water straight out of the fridge, whichever. So we're two-fisted drinking. I haven't opened the beer yet. The beer is unopened. Although my friend Ismail was around earlier and we did have a couple. And I had a little sleep this afternoon. Ice cold water for the coffee. I've never tried an iced tea. Maybe I'll try that one day. Okay, folks. 7 of you. We'll give it another couple of minutes, see how many others arrive. I have not advertised this widely. I only created the stream half an hour ago, and I haven't pushed it out on Twitter or done a YouTube like community post or whatever they call them. So it's probably only going to be an intimate gathering. Thumbs ups are always welcome. Like I said, the lamp it's had 2 days of solar. We'll see how it goes. It won't take any other charge. I don't know. There are places that claim they'll repair anything. I think Media Market have a thing where they claim they'll repair anything, but who's going to repair like a €14 lamp? How is that ever going to be economically viable? I've got to say, I have an inkling, a feeling. Anything that charges via USB should have at least 2 ports that it can charge through for when shit like this happens. It's probably like a bent pin that's snapped off or doubled over or I don't know. But it's something and nothing. It's the flimsiest of piece of metal that's gone or bent away or who knows. But and it wrecks. It wrecks. I'm not sure whether it was 14 or 17 euros. You'd have to ask Karen. But it's annoying, isn't it? There's something so simple, one bent pin or maybe snapped off pin, and that's your device unusable. Fortunately, it has a solar panel on top to charge through, so maybe we can make a go of it until I can save up and get some alternate lighting. It's a damn good. I've really enjoyed it. I've had this one. So if you remember when I had the police raid and they stole all my belongings, so I had one of these. I'd only just had it about a fortnight and it was outside charging, and they took it with everything else and threw it away. And Karen just went out and just got me another straight away. Fantastic, superb. What a friend. Where would I be without Karen? But the lantern's been fantastic since then, and we've just had that one hiccup the other night where we lost connectivity. It just The last I'd seen it was, that's what I don't get. The last I'd seen it was fully charged. So maybe when this pin, if it's bent or broke, maybe it's shorted out or it's drained the battery somehow. So as well as not accepting a charge, it also lost charge somewhere along the way. Are we bright enough? I can go one, there is one step brighter, but that shortens the battery length. So I'm wanting to stick with this brightness if we can. I can do things like I can bring it further forward. If I bring it to there, I can't really see my own screen. It's kind of ahead of the phone, gets in the way of the screen. Back there, I think it still brightens me enough, and because it's behind the screen, I can still read. And I've lost chat. Why have I lost chat? Oh, it did this the other day, didn't it? Chat is just totally gone and inaccessible to me. No live chat. There's nothing. I'm going to step out and I'm going to come back in. Now this might take a couple of attempts because it doesn't always take me out fully. Give me a second. I'm going to go in another app. And when I come back, we'll see whether it's working. Work properly. That hasn't worked properly because it didn't make me. No. I got to do that again. Sorry, folks. I've got no idea what YouTube is up to with this shit. I got to go into a different app entirely. And when I come back into YouTube, I have to go into the live section and it says resume. Give me a second. I'm going back out again. That's no good. Fuck. Hold on. I don't know what to do. I haven't pinned my chat message either, have I? This will be better. It went out and then when I came back in it asks me to resume. He can't see us, that's right. I've got chat back. Let me... Tina, relax, darling. Tina, relax, it's okay. It's just people. Hola, buenas. Buenas. Hey. Okay, that was Farmer. Welcome. Watch Top Chat. Laugh my ass off. Good coffee, iced coffee. Yeah, it's iced coffee. Well, it's just instant coffee made with iced water. It's not quite. So this, as I understand it, there are two ways to make iced coffee. You can just soak the grounds, your grinds or grounds. You can soak them in cold water overnight in a fridge, or you can pour hot water over them and then leave it to go cool and then put it in the fridge. And both get different results to do with the amount of oil you extract from the grinds or grounds. This is just instant. Tina, come I tell you, amiga mia. I'll show you to the people in a minute, and we haven't got the fairy lights on yet. Anyway, folks, yeah, iced coffee, cold coffee. So we've got Farmer. Hold on, we got Farmer. That's Fabrizio. We've got Hannah. Hello, Hannah. She always asks about Tina. Always says hello to Tina. Hello, Hannah. Tina says woof. We've got Jasper YouTube with a Y-E-W like the tree. Hello, YouTube. Nobody here but us chickens. Galliforms? There's nobody here but us Galliforms. Where do I know that from? That was a British comedy. Way back in the 80s, possibly. Galliform, that's a chicken, yeah? Maybe? I gotta look that up. Give me a minute. I gotta turn these lights on behind me. He can't see us. I couldn't chat. I don't know what happened. Can we see your fridge? Ooh, not today. I'll maybe do a video about my fridge one day. I think I've done a video about my fridge previously. I need to. There's a lot of crap in the bottom of it, like all the moisture when you get condensation on things, and then the liquid drops. So there's like a basket, and it's hold things above, but there's a lot of nasty crud in the bottom. If I was to show you what was in there, first I'd have to clean it out a little bit. Maybe reduce the number of cans of beer that are in there. There's usually 4 1.5 litre bottles of water and a 12-pack of beer at some state of usage. I usually is overstating it, but when I've got beer, there's a 12-pack of beer in there. And my friend Ismo came around today and brought me some beer. That's in the freezer section. The large section is supposed to be the freezer section. So this is, what would you say? It's about 2 feet long, a foot wide, maybe a little bit more than a foot. And how high? I mean, it's quite high. 2.5 feet high. It's 50 litres. So if you know that a litre is 10 centimetres by 10 centimetres by 10 centimetres, you can kind of extrapolate from there, I guess. So come up with some numbers that you would multiply by 3 to get to 50. Oh, well, 3 numbers that you would multiply together that get you to 50 litres. I don't know. But then I can see I'm mixing my centimetres and my feet because I'm British and we do that. We only use inches for very few things, but when you're talking about small things, inches seem to work better. Now you're telling your own jokes. We measure penises in inches, or at least we brag about them in inches. Most other things, height, we feet and inches. I'm 5'9" or thereabouts. I wouldn't have a foggiest what that is in centimetres, although I could work it out. The 5 feet would be 150. The 9 times 2.5, 9, 18, 20, 23, 24, I don't know. 18. And then you add the 24 to the 150, 174. I have no fucking clue. You tell me what 5'9" is in people say to me that their height in centimeters, and it just does not. It means nothing. Oh, I'm 190 centimeters. I got no clue, mate. No idea. No idea. 6 foot is 180, yeah, because 30 centimeters is approximately, it's not exact, but 30 centimeters is approximately a foot. That's about the only one I could do, and you got to work out from there. So you can use subtraction. So if you're 5'9", you want to knock off 3 inches, and if you know an inch is 2.5 centimeters, so you could go with subtraction from that. Or you can do the additive and start from scratch and work up. But no clue in general. Anyway, scrolling. Oh, Karen's in the house. Hello, Karen. As my chat jumped to the bottom. So yeah, there was that thing where I couldn't see you, and it took me a few goes to get out. Can you see my fridge? Not today. It was indeed the nightingales. There's nobody here but us chickens or us galliforms. Robert, what's he called? Robert Lindsay. Wasn't he one of the security guards? That's right. Fridge juice, yuck. Yeah, the messiness in the bottom. I've also probably got something that's spilled. I think I've had a litre of milk that's been in there too long, and the cardboard's turned to mush and maybe leaked a little bit. Hannah asks, how are you? Um, I'm, I think I'm all right. I was a bit pissed off the other day when my lamp breaking and not accepting USB charging. So as we go on in the night now, I've no idea how long this will last before it would need power going in. And I've got no way of putting power in. So that's annoying. That got me the other night. So I started at 10. The match was due to start at 2 a.m. So I was going to do 4 hours and then carry on through the match. Then the match got postponed by an hour because of the heat. I could have done a 6, 7, maybe 8 hour stream, and I was robbed of it because no lighting. That kind of got me. That I found that a little bit depressing. I'll be honest. I was keyed up and ready to go, and then I couldn't even find a stream to watch the match. The one channel, it's a set of channels. It's like the Spanish BBC, TVE. They seem to show 50% of matches, and it's never the England match. So they do some live and they do some just as highlights, and I've still not watched the match. But my friend Karen here was sending me blow by blow reports as things progressed. Whenever there was a free kick or a corner or a sending off or what have you. So she kept me informed. I was on tenterhooks. I was like everybody else. I was dead worried when you're only kind of a goal ahead, and the other team's coming at you and fouling, and you're down to 10 men and all of that. I think that was friends. I don't think they saw me. Wave too late. I'm going to turn the fairy lights on in a minute, folks, and light up the umbrella. But yeah, no, I'm all right. I'm still not eating. It's worrying me. I'm just not in the mood to eat. I just watched Weary Wolf. Weary, like tired. Carl, and he's just done a load of pasta salad recipes. I've got loads of pasta, loads of mayonnaise. I've got sweet corn. I could knock up some of that kind of stuff. I'm just not cooking it in the heat. I'm not going to stand here boiling shit and frying shit and cooking shit in the... I've just had a surprise. Google's just told me it's going to be cooling down over the next few days, which is weird because the last I looked it was going to heat up from 31 to 35 over the next couple of days. So I don't know what that's about. Maybe it's going to heat up to 35 and then get cooler again. But 35 when you live in a polytunnel is too much. I've got my fan. I've got my fridge. I've got cold drinks. I can cuddle cold bottles of water. Where is it? Here it is. I've between giving Tina a bowl of cold water and filling my cold my iced coffee, not got much. They don't go far, these bottles. They disappear quickly once you open them and start using them. But yeah, cheers folks. I'll open the beer in a little while. In fact, let's open it now and start the two-fisted drinking, two-handed drinking, two-fisted drinking, whatever term you prefer. Cheers folks. I save the beer usually for night time, once it's that little bit cooler. I know some of you worry that I drink too much and that I'm hitting the beer all day every day. If I come on stream I'll have one. When the friends come around, Rismo came around This afternoon we had 2 or 3. But I know when it's red hot outside, I mean, the odd cold beer might be nice, but I'm not like drinking cold beer all day every day because it's hot. That defeats that. That's not conducive to health. Jasper, you have to have license for a campsite in Spain. What was that about? Do you have enough money? Buy some land for Mike. Fuck. That's a big ask, mate. I would never ask someone that. Ask them to buy me land. I've got thousands in the bank, but you know, I haven't got access to it. Fridge juice. So yeah, it's almost as bad as bin juice, isn't it? What was he called? The Welsh comedian. I've got no idea what he's called. Bin juice. Rod Gilbert. There you go. Look at that. I went from having no idea to remembering it 3 seconds later. Wow. It's in there, folks. It's in there. Just doesn't connect the dots when it should. David Threlfall, Frank Gallagher. What's that about? David Threlfall. Frank Gallagher. Where did that come from? Have I missed something? I tell you what I will do, Jasper. I'll show you the outside of my fridge when I get the next beer. If you're still here, I'll show you the outside of my fridge. It is a camping. It is a car fridge. It is, you know, it runs on 12 volts. Oh, through the day, man, it takes 70 watts, and it doesn't get down to temperature. Today it did not get below -1. That's what it reports. It's not even the right temperature, but it did not get below -1. I like all fridges, I guess, they can only go so far below ambient. If you're sucking warm air in and you're trying to run that over the cooling fins after the condenser and all the other stuff happens, it can probably only go like 40 degrees below ambient. And if you're running at, I don't know what temperature it is inside the inside the tent at times, must be 40 degrees even at the ground level. My thermometer's broken, so I don't know. But yeah, no, it isn't. The stuff inside's cool, don't get me wrong. It's not cold, it's cool. The thermometer inside, the built-in, it reports -1, but I think that's the air temperature right next to where the cooling's happening. 3 inches converts to 1 foot. LMAO, Mike. Yeah, you know, I said we only use inches for certain measuring jobs. God, what we got here? Hello, Machonira Albanita from Soluta. Now you're talking gibberish. I assume that you're speaking Afrikaans or something there. Maybe it doesn't look like Dutch. I'm going to guess Afrikaans, or these are the names of places or something. The Machon, that reminds me of Irish with Pogues Mahone, which means kiss my ass. But Henry's asking how you are, Delta Mike. Yeah, I think I saw that. I think I've answered her. I'm all right overall. I get my ups and downs. I'm worried that I'm not eating. Do you know the only stuff I've eaten in the last, I'm going to say week? George, who's in chat sometimes, George brought me some kebab meat. It wasn't the full kebab. It didn't have the wrap. It didn't have, but it had the salad and some chips and the kebab meat. He brought me kebab. I ate that That would have been on Friday. I wolfed that down. You see, I don't think it's the eating that's the problem. I think it's the cooking that's the problem. I can't stand the idea of cooking in this heat. Somehow. So I've nibbled away at a packet of biscuits. I had a bag of like croutons, garlic bread cubes, little cubes of I think these were from Karen. I think Karen. I've nibbled, but I haven't eaten. I've had one. Well, let's call it 2 meals because it needed 2 sittings. There was so much of it. There was chips, there was salad, and there was the kebab meat, or kebab meat if you're American somehow. I don't know how you get kebab out of kebab, but, you know, it's the same way that they get twat out of twat, isn't it? I don't know how they do. A's become O's in America. I don't get it, but who am I to judge? I'm from Barnsley, if you'd heard us talk when we were younger. Shut thy face, put a bucket of coal on fire, put your kite on before that goes out in winter. And I was one of the posh ones. But my mum would always, she'd talk about bucket of coal. Coal, that's coal, you know. A bucket of coal on fire, fire. You got to put a T. I've told the tale of how my granddad stumped us once. We were playing I Spy. I Spy with something. I Spy with my little eye, something beginning with T. And after 2 fucking hours, with about 8 members of the family sat there, the answer was Toven. The oven. Toven. T. Fucking clown show. I Spy with my little eye, something beginning with T. Toven. In Lancashire, that would be Southern. But in Yorkshire, it's just Toven. The oven. Toven. Fucking hell. Me and my hound missed our Sunday night live stream. Yeah, you know, me too. I missed doing it. In large part, folks, because this is my begging operation, isn't it? You know, this is how I generate a few euros every now and again, to keep me and Tina going, to keep us alive, to keep us supplied with what we need. So when I miss a stream on one of my regular days, I feel it. Speaking of which, if you bear with me, it's a teddy bear with me. I am going to place the link, and just bear with me for, how do I do this? First I need to copy the text from the text file. Here's the PayPal donate link. Look at that, that's handy. It's right there, waiting. Copy. See, I wouldn't like to suddenly get raided, have 500 people arrive and not have my begging link in place, and have them all asking, how do we send you money? How do we send you money? I got the text. I now have to go into YouTube over here. I now have to find my stream, which isn't, I don't get a notification about my stream. So I have to go into your videos. Live. Here we are, Tuesday night with a tramp. Into here. Yeah, Tuesday night with a tramp. Into here. Yeah, Tuesday night with a tramp. The delay, okay. Now I paste. Check that the link is not malformed in any way. And then pin message. And there we go, it's pinned. The begging link is in place. If any of you are feeling generous and have got it to spare, a few euros always appreciated. Let me scroll. Oh, it's jumping now. Oh, the latest farmer. Who is that? Hold on. Is that? Oh, David Threlfall, Robert Lindsay, the Nightingales. Okay, yeah, it was a surprisingly good series, wasn't it? There's nobody here, but did they say chickens or did they say galliforms? Let me just check that. I've got that word right. That is a word for chicken, right? I'm not just pulling fancy words out my arse. I do this sometimes, and sometimes once every 20 or 30 years I get something wrong. How do you spell if I type galliforms, it's gonna think I'm talking about Doctor Who and Gallifrey. Galliforms with an F or with a PH? Galliforms, landfowl bird. That's a fucking chicken. Galliforms, also known as gallinaceous birds or landfowl, is an order of heavy-bodied terrestrial birds. 290 species, and then the order is divided into families of, yeah, but chicken. Get this, I think I've told you this. This is embarrassing. This is one of my most embarrassing things. I spent years and years asking people the difference between a chicken and a hen, and nobody could answer me. Parents, school teachers, all sorts. And once you got it, it's like obvious. The hen is the female, and the cock or cockerel or rooster is the male, and it's that simple. 15 when I fucking worked out the difference between a chicken and a hen. It's almost as bad as when I was 5 and I thought that the trees bending over caused the wind, rather than the wind causing the trees to move. I thought the trees caused the wind. I put the cart before the fucking horse. Galliforms chicken. And it did not answer me. Are chickens in galliforms? Galliforms refers to an order of birds, include species such as quails and chickens. Okay, so I did not invent that. I did not pull it out of my arse. I don't know where I got it from, but it is one of those things locked away in there that comes out and you don't know where you know it from. Weird, eh? I'm terrible. Like if I watch QI, if I watch an episode of QI, I know it all. I annoy the. If I'm in a room with people, I just know I just know. Mainly because I've just watched, because QI's been on that many years. I've watched all the episodes more or less, and sometimes they cycle back around and bring around the same factoids, the same little snippets. But I just remember it. It goes in once, I know it. And 20, 30, fucking 40 years later, pull this shit out. Although nowadays I struggle to connect the dots in the same way. But I am an annoying bastard. Sometimes. It has to be said. So, there's a football match on. Hold on. The safest liquid to drink is wine. Oh, there's an interesting. Wine's a lot more alcohol than beer. Beer's only what, 4 or 5% alcohol, and the rest is water. So it's 96 or 95% water. Beer is almost isotonic. If it wasn't for the alcohol, So an alcohol-free beer is literally an isotonic drink. Wine at like 14%, a little bit less so. More fun to drink. I haven't made any. I made ginger beer or ginger wine. I don't know the difference. I guess strength is the deciding factor on whether it's an ale, a beer, or a wine. Ginger ale, ginger beer, ginger. Like if you make a ginger beer and you drink it after 3 days, it's fizzy, but it's got almost no alcohol in. If you leave it 2 weeks, then it'll have alcohol. If you leave it a month and until it becomes flat, until the effervescing, until all the off-gassing stops, basically the yeast dies in its own output. How does it go? Yeast, its two main outputs are alcohol and carbon dioxide, yeah? And as they build, they can't stand, they die in their own effluent, and sink to the bottom. Now, some of them will be alive still. You can actually, if you take the yeast from the bottom, and feed them, put them in a new liquid, and feed them some sugar, and you can resurrect them to some extent. Keep a yeast colony going. I did make a ginger. Do you want to call it a ginger beer or a ginger wine? I made 16. Well, it wouldn't have been quite 16 litres. 2 8-litre bottles, probably about 7 litres in each, with the air gap on top. I did that once, but I got all the flack that you'd expect. Fucking alky, oh tramp, no wonder you're a tramp, blah blah blah. I got all that, so I've never bothered since. I've got yeast in there for baking bread and what have you, but it's old, and it doesn't. What's the word? There is a word. When you put it in water, it doesn't bubble up instantly. I have to leave it overnight with plenty of sugar for it to... There's a word. I don't know the word. I do know the word, I just can't get the word. Like I was just saying before, my brain just doesn't work the way it used to. It's always been a fucking worry. What's the word? For it to kind of flourish, for it to kind of... Sometimes when you've got a healthy yeast colony in a bottle or a jar, and you pour sugar in, and it immediately whoosh, and kind of fizzes and flourishes. I want to say flowers, but that's not right. But it's something. The word is something to do with flowers. I'm sure it is. But my yeast's old and has been mistreated, and you know, you get like 10 sachets in the pack, and I've still got about 7 of them. I haven't got any flour. I could do with like a 5 kilogram bag of flour. I baked bread not long ago with the flour I did have. I'm trying to think of this word still. One of you will have had it. I'm sure if I jump to the bottom, I'm going to go at the bottom and see if anybody's got the right answer. Effervesce, bloom. I told you it was a fucking flower related word. Bloom, it is indeed. UK Richard, hello my friend. I didn't see you there. I'll scroll backwards in a minute. But yeah, when you pour a spoonful of sugar into your yeast, like your bread starter or well, it's not so much a bread starter, but I've neglected it, but there is a bottle in there that's, I think it's 2, that were yeast colonies from when I made the bread, because I was going to make some more. I haven't been to the shop in months. I haven't got any flour. I should go and buy some flour. They used to do a 5 kilogram bag, and I haven't seen a 5 kilogram bag of flour in forever. I only see 1 kilogram now. I should get like a 2 kilogram bag of sugar. I haven't seen a 2 kilogram bag of sugar in forever either. Then again, I haven't been shopping much, so what do I know? But yeah, a 2 kilogram bag of sugar and a 5 kilogram bag of flour, and I'd be away. I could make some like ginger beer if I got some ginger. I did have some. I've lost it. There is ginger in there somewhere in the fucking TARDIS. I had a root. I had a ginger rhizome or whatever you want to call it. I never used it, and now I don't know where it is. When it finally comes time to empty this fucking place, there's all sorts going to turn up. I told you the other day about this fucking thing. Hold on, this has been in my pocket now for about 6 months. It plugs into the 12-volt socket, yeah, and it gives 2 ports, a USB-A and a USB-C. And I think the USB-A is one of the quick charge kind of ports, but you won't be able to see. No, it's not going to help. The end is rusted to fuck. That is rusted in my pocket. That's the positive. Here's the negatives. On the side, you won't be able to see any of that, sorry. Here's the positive. Can you see how brown that is? And here's the negative. There's one this side, one the other. That is rusted in my pocket. Fucking Temu shit. I need some sandpaper to bring it back to life. I've got some sandpaper somewhere, I just don't know where. Like everything, I have the things. I've got a fucking sharpening stone somewhere that I haven't seen in about 2 years. All my knives are blunt as fuck, maybe even rusted. Yeah, sharp knives that rust because they're not actually made out of fucking stainless steel, are they? Sheffield steel, folks, that's what we fucking need. None of this foreign muck. Why are my fucking sharp knives going rusty? Just because I leave them outside a little bit. UK Richie's been watching Jasper's videos. The chocolate eating ones or the sheep ones? Both, but Why are you ashamed, Jasper? I'm ashamed to be from the UK. That's why I say come on Mexico. Oh boy, that's a little bit effervesce or bloom. I'm working backwards. Fermentation. We had people guessing at the word. Bloom wasn't. I knew it was a flower-related word. Yeah, bloom. When you have a liquid with your yeast in, and it's an active colony, and you pour the either sugar or flour, and it effervesces. It does effervesce. That's a good word. I do like effervesce. It's one of those words, along with meniscus, that you learnt probably in the first year of science at school, at high school. Meniscus. These words that you'd never use. Meniscus and effervesce or effervescent. I am a one for words. I like posh words, fancy words. The original meaning of bombast or bombastic was to use long words where short words would have done. And somehow that morphed into that arrogant Mr. Fantastic, Elephantastic, bombastic, over the top, overhyped, over. See, I haven't got the vocabulary to define it. But the original word, bombastic, meant to use a long word where a short word would do. I guess I see the link. It is kind of showing off, isn't it? You could have said fizzy, and you went with effervescent. But that's me. I am a bit of a. It's a braggadocio. Yeah. It's that. It's that bragging. It's that showing off. I love foreign carbon steel knives, but you do need to keep them oiled or they rust. Carbon steel. I've had people give me Mora knives. I had a good collection of Mora knives at one point, which I used. I mean, I was taking just a little knife. I was battening fucking gateposts, and if you've ever tried to dissect a gatepost is a tremendously complex piece of wood. All these interlocking, they put bits of wood in that go in from all three fucking directions. They're very difficult to break down, a gatepost. Pallets, gateposts. So a Mora knife and a lump of rebar. Bang, 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 bang. I was supposed to just be battening small pieces of wood, but I got more and more adventurous. So the cross pieces on a pallet, the thin things on top, and maybe on the bottom if it's one of those double things, fair enough. But I was going through the fucking big chunky cross sections, the big pieces that hold it all together with a little knife and after about 6 months I broke the knife in half. But then I carried on, just using the remnant, the little piece that was left. And then the people that gave me the Mora knife gave me like 6 more. And these are not cheap knives. Mora knives are not cheap. So Mora, for anyone who doesn't know, it's a town in Sweden, city in Sweden. It's their equivalent of Sheffield. It's where their steel is made. And apparently way back when they were fighting, when Sweden, I think Sweden was owned by Norway once upon a time, and the Swedish king and the Norwegian king were having a contretemps, and this village hid, this town, this city, hid the Swedish king, kept him safe from the Norwegian invading army. And so now Mora, the city, I think it has a crown as part of its logo, and the knives certainly do. There you go, a little bit of history for anyone who's never heard of Mora. M-O-R-A, I think it's a single R. Only one Solingen hoof knife. Hoof, okay, for dealing with sheeps. Do sheep have hoofs? I'm not sure. Hooves. F's get pluralized with a V, usually don't. Not always. Do you remember this myth? Roof and roofs. Roofs never ever existed. The word, a whole generation of Brits grew up. I don't know whether we were told by Play School or Play Away or someone like that. Somebody on telly must have taught us that anything with, like wife become wives, knife become knives. Somebody told us that roof becomes roofs when you talk about them in the plural, and it just absolutely does not. And a whole generation will tell you roofs, and it's wrong. Don't know how it got there. There was terrible stabbing in Solingen, and it's where they produce quality knives. Oh, I didn't know about that. I'm not a knife fan. I mean, they're when you're living in a field, they're a useful tool, aren't they? I have to cut bits of cordage or little ropes or things. I'll be honest, they're also useful for when you're involved in a 2-hour stand-up knockdown fist fight. Just flash at the other guy and let him know that maybe he wants to fucking go away. you know, you pays your money, you takes your choice. After 2 hours of stand-up knockdown fist fight, you've had enough. And I still, two frying pans went missing that night. They hit me, they bounced off me into the bushes, and I have not found them to this fucking day. Is there somebody out there? That's not you, is it, Tina? There's someone on the other side of that bush. There's someone on this road but not moving past. I can hear them. Or maybe it's an animal? It's okay, babe. Yeah, you want to go get them? Back in the day, I would have set you to eat them. Tina, attacker. Tina, attack. Attacker. She hears the command and she's trying to get up and go. There's someone or something on this track just here, and they're not going past. If it's a person. Is it clobbering time, do you think? What's going on? I don't like this, folks. There's someone or something here. I'll give it another couple of minutes. And then I'll take a look. Oh, I haven't told you. I don't think I told you. Sunday, wasn't it, when I was going to go live? Was it Sunday? I think it was Sunday. And the lamp wasn't working. That afternoon, I had a bloke in the road shouting all the names under the sun at me. Hijo de puta and all this other, which is son of a bitch or son of a whore. Yeah, no, I marched out of the tent. So from my tent door to the track, it's maybe 5, maybe 7 meters. They're the same thing. I just walked out ready to clobber him. And I got halfway there and he's like, fucking, no, otra persona, an otra persona. He's like, I've got the wrong person, it's somebody else. I didn't step out of the door with the intention of having a fucking discussion. I got a guy ranting, calling me son of a bitch or son of a whore. And I wasn't having that. But he I don't know, what would you say? He backed off quickly once I took 3 steps towards him, and even if he'd got the wrong person, I'm just like, get the fuck out of here. I'm not putting up with that. Guy just ranting at me at random in the fucking road. I get that, like, some people living here might not want me here. You don't get to decide what happens in someone else's, like, back garden or in someone else's field. You don't. Let's assume that I had the permission of the owner to be here, and you live down the road and you don't like the fact that I'm here. You get no say in the fucking matter. Now, I don't have the explicit permission, but after 4 years, I think we can say I've got the implicit permission to be here. Yeah, no, the guy was swearing and cursing at me in Spanish. I was really, really not fucking happy. Like I said, folks, I don't walk around starting trouble. If someone's going to just stand there cursing at me and calling me all the bastards under the sun, we had all the cabron, and which there's a double-edged word. Technically it means goat, but it's also used to mean bastard. We had all that cabroni and all of that. Fucking no. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? Scrolling. I got to scroll back. I am terribly behind. Mora make excellent knife. They do. Only one Sullivan hoof knife. I love foreign carbon steel. Solingen, Germany. Okay. And you have to, so the silent K that we have in British is pronounced in German. Knive. Or Kniff. I'm not sure of the exact pronunciation, but they pronounce the K. Because you've got the people who make the cutters that electricians use. Is it? We would say Nipex. Is it Nipex? It has a K at the beginning. Uh-oh. Have I not silenced this phone? Hold on. No, UK Richie, you're a bugger. We're going to have words again, mate. Is that... There was quite a bit of beeping there for just one... Is it just the one... Just the one donation? UK Richie, you sent money... Didn't you send money just the other day? That's... I gotta go into my settings and silence it on the phone, because people with headphones will be... Their ears will be ringing. Do not disturb mode. The danger with do not disturb is that if I misplace my phone in the tent, I won't be able to fucking find it until next Tuesday when an alarm goes off at 9:30. As I found to my cost the last time I misplaced my phone. That's another one. What's a plinks and binks? Is that just Google about the same? Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. I paid my phone bill earlier, didn't I? I paid my bloody phone bill. I'm gonna have to do something about this, folks. I've been saying it for months, but I think it's time. My €15 renewal each month is costing me $18.50 plus or minus a couple of cents. It's like $18.48 or something, which is fucking highly annoying. They will not tell me. My card doesn't go through when I try and pay by card, and what I don't know is whether it's the bank, the card processing end, that's refusing the card, or whether it's Libara at this end, and Libara won't tell me. All I know is that an error has occurred, don't worry, you've not been charged. And it's like, yeah, I want to be charged. Take my fucking money. I'm trying to pay 15. If you take it from my card, it costs me 15. If I have to go through PayPal and go through a third party, it costs me $18.50. 1848, 1847, whatever the fuck it is. That's annoying. I'm paying over the odds. I'm also not using anywhere near the allocation. The amount of gigabytes that you get for your money keeps increasing. My usage doesn't keep increasing. I should switch down to the €10 package. It's probably more than enough, but it means throwing away like 150 gigabytes that have rolled over, and it's like the sunk cost fallacy. This month I did not finish using the rolled over gigabytes. I didn't get to touch. So there's the gigabytes you've actually paid for, and there are the ones that have rolled over from the previous month. I didn't finish using the rolled over ones. I did not start using this month's allocation, allotment, whatever word you want to use. I could step down to the €10 package, and it's probably enough gigabytes. But it means throwing away the 150 that are sat there rolling over. Somehow I find that a little difficult to do, even though I know it's the sunk cost fallacy. I know it doesn't matter. I'm not using them. They're going to waste as it is. So next month, in an hour when it renews, I'll have 150 that roll over from this month, and I'll have that month's 150, and I probably won't use 100 gigabytes unless I make a serious effort. If I set some heavy downloading going, but I'm always reluctant to do that. I could. I just don't know what to download. I got the apps. I got the apps for doing the downloading. I don't really have a good... I've got an app that will search, so if I know what I'm looking for, I can type it in and find it. I don't have a good app for browsing torrents. I got the ones for if I know what I'm looking for. So if I read a review that says, hey, this sci-fi program was really, really good, and it has a positive ending, it doesn't just... You know how a lot of TV series, they pull the plug mid-season and you never get a fucking ending. But if I read one that says, yeah, no, this is really good and it's complete, it's a complete story, I'll download it. But I need, for my current workflow, if you like, that's not the right word, but for my current setup, I need to know what I'm looking for. Then I can type it in and go get it. I'm in the middle. No, I finished Claxon's Farm season 5. I just watched that. I had to wait a couple of weeks after it came out for it to be available in torrents I like them in a compressed format. I don't want like 2 gigabytes or more per episode. I want 400 megabytes or 300 megabytes for an hour's TV. That way I can just download loads and loads and loads. But I don't have I have to know what I'm looking for. I haven't got a good way to just browse what's available. Maybe I need to look at that again. Go find an app. Anyone got an app? Not. I'm fine for magnet search is the one I use when I know what I'm looking for. When I'm searching for stuff, I've got Flood for downloading. I've got magnet search for finding when I know what I'm looking for. But I want one to just browse available torrents to just see what's popular this week or what films or whatever. Then I'll put them on the hard drive. Move them, once I've watched them, move them off the phone and clear. I cleared 20 gigabytes of space off my phone a week or two ago. And I realised my tablet will accept an SD card, and I haven't got an SD card in there. So I need an SD card. I don't know what the maximum it will take is, but I assume 128 or 256 shouldn't be a problem. 256 gig shouldn't be a problem on a modern device. How much is a good... I look at the prices of SD cards like on Temu, but you can never... They'll tell you it's like €3, and when you go there, that's for a, you know, a few hundred megabytes or something fucking daft. Temu, the way they advertise their pricing, they tell you the price of the cheapest item, and then you have to go in and select, and the price goes up by orders of magnitude. A little bit annoying. I'm working backwards. UK reach out a little more later. Lots of things I like Europe, Karen. Okay. You can make chebureki. That's one I'm going to have to look up, or you're going to have to explain. I'm ashamed I'm from the UK. The UK has been embarrassing me a little bit this last few weeks. Some of the the way they're trying to police the internet, the way that they want YouTube to change their algorithm to push established media. So the mainstream media that none of us are interested in, the BBC, ITV, Channel 4, major newspapers like the Times or, you know, all the propaganda machines, they're wanting YouTube to push that stuff, prioritize that stuff. And then the next step is, oh, you watch the BBC, you need to pay your license fee. I mean, you can just see it happening. You can watch, you know what they're maneuvering for. And it's the government, so YouTube will have to, they can protest, they can argue it, but in the end, governments have guns. Governments can lock people up. Governments have a police force and an army and a, you know. You can only resist so far. And then people start getting locked up and maybe beaten up on the way to prison or whatever. You can just watch the direction they're taking. You can see it happening. Trying to police Reddit and sending notifications and threatening to sue them and wanting 10% of their global earn. Here's the other thing. When a government says we're going to fine you this much or 10% of your global earnings, whichever, you've got no right. What right have you got to their global earnings? You're a UK government. If you want to fine them some percentage of their UK earnings, maybe. I'd still disagree, but when you start, it's like nowadays, if you commit a crime in another country, the UK government can still do you. Or at least they think they can. And you're like, by what? By what right? By what authority? When you're in another country, that country can do you for some crime. So if you do something that's entirely legal in Thailand or the Philippines, somewhere like that, if you do something that's entirely legal there and they're not interested in doing you for it, how can the British government then say, oh no, we're going to do you? Where's their standing? Where's their authority? Could you end up doing a crime in another country and have 3 or 4 different countries all sue you for, or all charge you with that crime? Overlapping jurisdictions. How does that work? Where does double jeopardy come into play if there's multiple jurisdictions? I don't get it. Finding a company for a certain percentage of their worldwide income. Fuck off. What right has the British government got to money that a company earned in America? Or China, or wherever. I don't know, folks. I'm effervescent. Okay, we're back to the fermentation. Sounds like growing a homunculus. Tried that once and didn't end well. The original homunculus, that's a Jewish thing, isn't it? Where you make a man out of clay and it gets, what's the word? Inhabited by a usually evil spirit, demon, you might say. But yeah, and chat jumped right down to the bottom. Farmer, real estate site, yes, but other fees and taxes involved. Hold on, I want to say probably not less than 10,000, but you need a home on it as well. Like in America, if you run cops from one county to the next, you get consecutively charged. And it jumped and I can't read it. Here we go. Okay, I'm back. So you save your time in one state and you get released and straight to the next to save again. There's a house for 5k, farmer. Yeah, Jaspers, I didn't see them when you posted them, Jasper, but I did catch a quick view of a couple of posts where you were trying to find land or property or whatever for me. You know, like, can you imagine what state a $5 grand house is going to be? You know, whether it's an apartment, a studio apartment, whether it's a tumble down. You get these little, what do they call them? Not Inca, finca is a farm, like a countryside. Yeah, you know, a tumble down farm in the middle of some land in the middle of nowhere. A finca, Finca, and they are surprisingly cheap often, but they're surprisingly backwards. They're surprisingly, you'll be lucky if you've got running water, flushing toilet. You might not have any of that. Now, I'm not above a bit of hard work and doing a thing. I'm not particularly handy when it comes to a lot. Or I wasn't before becoming homeless. We'd also be talking about waiting until Tina's passed, I think. I'm not gonna belabor that particular point. Well, that car had something on its roof. I thought it was a police car. I thought it was the light, just a roof thing. DM needs to have people around him to help with water. Yeah, the water and food situation. Oh, itchy ankle. The food thing will be solved soon. I don't like to talk about this in front of her. Once Tina's passed, I'll kind of have my freedom again. I'll be able to get out of the field. I won't know what to do with myself, will I? I honestly won't know. I haven't shown her off tonight so far. No, let me solve that now. My glamorous co-star. We're an hour in. I haven't done my intro. Never mind, show Tina off. I haven't done my intro. Hold on. That's not what I want to bring. I want to reverse camera. I want to put the flash on. Here she is. Hey, babe. Are you okay down there? You're not near your water. Did you? You haven't finished yet. Here's her water. That was ice cold when I gave it to her. Hey, babe. Hey, Tina. You're not going to say hello to Auntie Karen? Auntie Karen? Yeah, Karen. No. You're not going to turn any more than that. We only get a sideways view. All right, babe. You're nice and cool, actually. I haven't put the lights on under the umbrella yet. I'm going to do that now. But there's my Tina girl. Hey, babe. Maybe I can. Hold on. She's not. Oh, she is. She's right up against the leg of the chair. I have to be careful. I'll move it diagonally that way. Squeeze out. Oh! Does anyone remember when I could move without making the noises? You guys won't remember. I remember when I could move without making the noises. All the noises. Let's do that. Look at that. Now the umbrella is all lit up for the people to see. There you go, babe. Here's your water if you want it. Do you want your water? Here we go. Hey? I'm not going to crowd you with it, but it's there if you want it. You want your water? Not interested. Okay. Maybe later. Okay, folks. Back to me. Hold on. Wait a minute now. Oh. Ouch! I don't know why I said ouch. That didn't hurt. I sat on the chair and it you know, it's a foldable thing. I sat on it and it moved, and instinctively I said ouch, and I don't know why. That's a little bit gay. That's gay with a G-H-E-Y. Nothing to do with homosexuals. Just a little bit unmanly. Oh, move the water so she can rest her head. She's surprisingly mobile at the minute. A few weeks ago I was saying I thought she only had 2 or 3 weeks left in her, and this last 10 days or so she's been surprisingly mobile, and she's not been as incontinent. She's been a lot more in control. Now I've been making an effort to take her out more frequently so that she's not peeing and then laying in it. But she's also been doing her part. She's been letting me know when you know, when she needs something, when something's happening. So yeah, it's I think she's got longer left in her than I thought previously. It kind of goes in waves. It goes in waves where there's like a rapid decline and then a stabilization. And actually at the minute I'd say there's an improvement. She's drinking now, look. You put the water in front of her and she acts like she doesn't want it. And you wait 30 seconds and suddenly she's drinking it. I need to check my coffee for moths. Yeah, look, there is one. Fucking hell. Nope. I might just drink it, it's just extra protein, isn't it? I'll try and fish the fucker out. There we go, I got you. Are you alive? I don't think you're a moth. What are you? Oh, your legs are moving. Okay. What do you know, folks? I don't know what it is. Do you know? Can you? You won't be able to see that, no? There's a biddy there. I saved it. It might be a bit high from the caffeine. Might be a bit high for a while, but I rescued it. It's alive. Insert. Was it Young Frankenstein? What's the one? It's alive! It was definitely a Frankenstein film. I'm not sure if it was a comedy or if it was a real Frankenstein film. Scrolling. I'm at the bottom. Typical female. I don't want your fries. I don't want your pizza. I don't want your burger. Chomp. Oh, hold on. Chomp takes bite out of pizza. Oh yeah. Barry Ace Card Sherbert. I remember that name from what it's been a while. I managed to get home. I was on. What? Have I got? Oh, it's just a light. I thought it was a blue flashing light behind me there. There's a car just coming out of the field. I'll wave. I'm not ignorant. You're gonna pip your horn or something. Flash lights? No. Okay. Some people. I managed to get home. I was on overstay a year. They took my prints and on way out, then sent me on a machine. The gate open. I'm back in the UK. Good to know. Yeah, the new what do they call it? EES, European Entry System, maybe. Yeah, you have to do all that fingerprinting stuff. I'm going to be in trouble when I leave the country, aren't I? They're going to ask, why am I not in the system? How long have I been here? Why have I not got like a tax number? NIE, TIE, whatever shit they call it all. I'm pretty sure that when I buy a plane ticket, I will not be on that plane. I'll be dragged off into a little dark room. I will be fined, what, a couple of thousand maybe, for overstaying my visa, which I never had. I never had an actual visa, but anyone who was here when Brexit happened had an implied and implicit 3-month visa. So that was what, January the 1st, was that 2021? I think that was 2021. Might have been 2020. Had an implied, implicit visa. So I've overstayed my visa by 6 or 7 years. Then I'll have to try and explain, and then they'll demand to know whether I've been avoiding tax. Have I been working and earning money and not paying tax on it? And I'll have to show these videos as evidence that I'm not really working. I'm not working. It's not that I'm not really working. I've made a point. People have offered me work. I've made a point of not working because I had enough legal trouble. I didn't want more. And then later on, disabled dog, can't get out of the field, blah blah. The last 2 years we've hardly, when we got the doggy wheelchair, we went out and about a few times, and then my legs got all knackered up because of the flies and everything in there. Every little scrap and scrape and blister and all the flies infected all my legs. I had these pustules where you pushed and shit ejaculated 18 inches across the fucking tent. Pus-filled pustules, whatever the word would be. And then Tina's front legs started to go. So between the fact that 2 directions from here is big hills and we couldn't get up them in the wheelchair, in the doggy wheelchair, between that and then her front legs starting to go, I'd say that we'd made disappointing use of the wheelchair overall. Sadly, it's a great idea, and it was great for the first couple of weeks. But then I got laid up with these bad legs. I had, what, 13 or 14 infected cuts and scrapes on each leg. And I've still got the big black patches now. If the police arrested me now, they would think that I was a druggie because of the bruises and the marks and on my legs. Oh, it's jumping like shit. Doggers flashlights. Don't leave, you will regret it. Yeah, Karen assures me that I don't want to go back to the UK. It's deteriorated so much. Maybe I need to join the fight against the invaders. Maybe I'm the man for the job. Can you say that on YouTube? Probably not. I'll get in trouble now. The Invaders, a Quinn Martin production. If anybody remembers it. Sci-fi. It's for the best. You won't be in trouble. I thought that they just think the machine wasn't working on the way in, so they think you've been there a week. Okay. I guess if I drop lucky like that, then yeah. I mean, yeah. Maybe. I mean, I've got to get a new passport anyway because, I mean, I do technically have a passport, but it's so water damaged, it's so unacceptable to them. Even the police don't accept it as ID. The police don't, the court don't. So now when they ask, I just tell them no, I don't have ID. Oh wow, I've just noticed how many people are watching. Thumbs up, folks, if you haven't already. Come on, it's a tramp in a field. Let me do my intro. I haven't done my intro yet. We're an hour and a half in almost. Excuse me. Let me have a quick swig if there's no moth in the bottom of my coffee. Okay, folks. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike. That would be me. Not my real name. I'm not a Mike, I'm not a Michael, but it's my initials in the NATO phonetic alphabet. DM. Delta Mike. Down and out in Torrevieja. Well, down and out. Homeless. A tramp, a hobo, a vagrant. An indigent person. A person of no fixed abode. Some, Americans mainly, might say a bum, or someone who particularly wants to kind of be offensive might call me a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeping rough, on the streets, or in my case, in a field. I am in a field. It's somebody's field. The police kept thinking it was a public field and therefore I shouldn't be in it. But after 2 years of harassing me, haranguing me, giving me a criminal record, they now leave me alone. They finally learned it's actually a private field and that the landlord has not complained, has not trespassed me, and it's nothing to do with them. So that's Delta Mike, down and out. In Torrevieja, if you want to do that whole, it's a like loch in Scotland for lake. It's a except in Spain, that seems to be regional. And in this particular region, they just pronounce K. J's are K's. So hika and hika, hika and hiko for son and daughter. So it's more of a K. They do just go with a K in this particular region. Torrevieja, it's a city on the southeast coast of Spain. About 50 minutes south of Alicante, 50 minutes north of Murcia City, which is the next region down. Trapped by circumstances. I have money, a few £1,000 in the bank, my emergency fund, my rainy day fund. But my bank decided that because I'd not accessed my rainy day fund for so long, I'd not put any money in, I'd not taken any money out, they closed the account in order to protect me from myself. And now they say I'm not me. In order to protect me, they don't let me have my money. The Spanish police won't let me leave the country, or at least when I tried, they arrested me. They keep doing this thing where I have a warrant outstanding that they don't tell me about. There's a court case and they don't tell me about it. And then obviously I miss it because I don't get the date. It's something and nothing, just an argument in a bar one day. Not even a fight, just an argument. Until the police arrived and claimed that I punched the police officer so hard through his bulletproof vest that I bruised his ribs. Iron fucking Mike Tyson here. I punched him so hard through his bulletproof vest. I did not throw a single punch. I mean, I literally did not. I literally, as soon as he started waving handcuffs, I said, "Whoa, it's some broma. You're joking. It's a joke. Whoa, no, it's necesario. Not necessary." And then bang, bang with the baton and 2 to the arm, 2 to the leg, and then rugby tackled from behind by his partner who'd worked his way around. I didn't throw a single punch, but you know how they are. They'll always tack on a resisting or assaulting a police officer or whatever. No other charge. There's no original arrest. Just resisting arrest. That's got to be a fucking warning sign, no? That should trigger a judge to just say, hold on, what? Hold on, wait a minute now. Are you sure about that? There's no original arrest. I'm arrested for resisting arrest. That I never did. But it means every now and again, there's a court, or, there's a warrant. They know exactly where I am when they want to arrest me, but not when I should be given the paperwork to tell me that there's a court case pending. So when I went to leave the country, I got arrested and brought back. I got told it was a simple thing, it would be handled in hours. And then, oh no, you've got to go back to Torrevieja. And, oh no, just sit tight and wait for them to bring new paperwork. which never arrived. So kind of trapped by circumstances. It's been 4 years nearly. The original arrest actually was before COVID, the thing that we're talking about. So I guess it's been more than 4 years, hasn't it? 6 now, yeah? On and off. It was in the November, so 5.5. I'm living in a fucking field, and my bank won't let me get my money until I go back to the UK and stand in my bank with a passport and 3 other forms of ID. And the police won't let me leave the country. Somebody's going to pay. One day. 4 years living in a fucking mouse and rat infested field. I could become citizen vigilante, couldn't I? I have the motivation. Maybe we'll start with Emma in the call centre, who escalated things as far as she could with management. Anyway, I'm going off on one. Let's stay in Spain, Mike, says Gary. I know these people... Sorry, Jasper, I was halfway through reading it. Oh. Where are we? Hello, mate. I've got your fly kill spray. I will pop down to see you tomorrow. Don't know what time. George, this is George that brought me the kebab thing the other day. That was... I'll bring you dinner. Oh, wow. I get to eat some food without having to cook. Thank you, George. No, what's the word? No obligation, mate. You know, if something happens tomorrow, or if you don't have to. I know you're not exactly around the corner, are you? You're not as close as I would have originally thought you were. I know these people at the big trailer selling spuds and eggs by the road. Very kicky to customers. And the man kept bragging about being a dogger. I don't know what the kicky, I'm trying to work, cliquey maybe? Cliquey? I've avoided tax for 38 years, says Gary. There was George. I'm working forward. I think I've missed quite a few. Here's Barry again. Hold on. Anyway, Mike, there's a happy ending on my return to the UK. I've been awarded citizenship of Austria. I'm now a dual national. Now I've got the Austrian passport. I can come back to Spain. Oh yeah, you're an EU citizen, so Schengen is open to you, and you don't have the 90-day rule, or whatever you want to, the 180-day rule, whatever way. How do people describe that? It's a rolling 180 days, and you can only be here for 90 out of those. So once you've done your 90, you have to wait for the other days to drop off the end, because it's a rolling. It's not the first half of the year, the second half of the year. It is just a rolling 180 days. And apparently there are apps that will track that for you. I think it's the official EES app that will tell you how many days, tell you where you are in the clock. I'm happy for you, Barry. I watched the programme Unseen Footage of D-Day. What an eye-opener. They did have cameras and stuff, yeah. Some of the journalists, some of the people recording did get, ended. Not everyone made it out. But, yeah, journalism during war. I wouldn't come back to the UK unless you have to. It's terrible. Enlighten me. Are we talking Abdulistan? Are we just talking about dreary weather and government, policing Facebook posts, etc.? Yeah, I'd be in trouble straight away. I mean, I might not get back into the fucking country if they look at my my Twitter posts. I don't know what it is. I think because I've responded to like one tranny one time. I've just all my posts are trannies telling me trans women are women, and I'm like, no, you're not. Who you trying to kid? Fuck off. Just shut up. I'd swear most of them are just bots. There aren't that many trannies. I've never met one. They're so few. They're 1% of 1% of the population. And yet my Twitter feed is just all fucking... I got the trans, I've got the gays, I go up, what else? Labour, lefty, lefty, lefty. Everybody's telling me what a superstar Keir Starmer is, and I'm just like, fucking... How is my feed just so full of... He's probably... I'm going to say this is going to be controversial. I think he's the worst Prime Minister we've ever had, certainly in my lifetime. And in my lifetime, we had Margaret Thatcher. But he's the most ineffectual, and we've lurched into totalitarianism. The one where the couple were arguing with a school because they didn't follow the proper rules for appointing a new headmaster. There's a process and they didn't follow it. They just appointed someone from outside. They didn't even consider like the deputy head that was already there. And they got arrested. The police came around and searched their house, and there's video. The cop is saying, oh, look at this Brexit stuff. Oh, we've got a fucking Brexiter. Now, whatever your politics are, whatever you believe, what are the police doing making judgment calls about the politics of someone's house that they're searching? None of their emails were that controversial. They were arguing and saying, you haven't followed the rules, you've done it wrong, this is wrong. And they got like harassment and stalking kind of charges. All dropped in the end because it's all total bullshit. But arrested by 6 police, dragged off to a police station 30 miles from home, and then they get released at 2 in the morning. Obviously they've not got their car there or anything. 2 in the morning, they get released in a police station in a town they don't even fucking know, in a town they've never been to. They weren't taken to the local Nick. 30 fucking miles away, and then released in the middle of the night. What kind of country is that? If I'd said that that happened in Russia or China or Korea, this is England. So I can understand people. Yeah, I'm scrolling back again. How do I get one? Says Karen, asking about the passports. You've got to have, usually, you've got to have like a grandparent or something from that country, or maybe have an established past there if you've been there long enough. My gran, I never even met them. Yeah. Crazy Panda, hello. Barcelona, no, Torrevieja, that's where I'm at. Hello, Crazy Panda. I think you're new to me. Did you come from the raid the other week, maybe? From Dom Benitez, possibly. I don't know. I was hoping to have Irish relatives, but no such luck. Said Karen. Only found out last year my gran wasn't my gran. Ooh, okay. I only had great gran was Irish. Yeah, that might be too far distant. My gran's Scottish, but her mother was Irish. Yeah, that might be. Catch-22 says Jasper. Yeah, me and trying to get out of the country. I have to go back to my branch in the UK to get my money, well, to establish my identity. And in order to leave the country, I have to have my money from my bank and Catch-22, yeah. If there was a third party involved, we could have a Mexican standoff, but we don't have a third party, so it is just a catch-22. And yet you won't let people try to find relatives to help you. I know where my relatives are. There's some flare-up, there's some argument that that happened after I left. There's things happening between people, and I don't understand. Sorry, cocky. I mean Mike. I don't get the cocky. I call it control. We are a prisoner in our own country. Mike, just say you're. Am I the invaders? I guess me being an illegal immigrant in Spain. I mean, I get the irony of the situation. I can kind of explain how I ended up undocumented and illegal here. I can explain how it happened, but it doesn't erase the fact it happened. Yeah, I didn't do the pay. You're supposed to fill in certain papers and things after 3 months and after 6 months. Certain things you're supposed to do. I hesitated because Brexit vote, because Spain, the year I arrived here, Spain had 3 general elections in the same year. There was political turmoil here. There was political turmoil back home with the Brexit vote, and nobody knew how that was going to... And that was around, I think that was the 4-month mark. I came in February. June was the Brexit vote, so 4 months. And there were things I was supposed to do after 3. And I kind of hesitated. Let's just wait and see what happens with Brexit. Let's wait and see what happens with Spanish elections. Oh, the Trump first election, the one that he won, that was later in the year. And that was just all this kind of political instability, uncertainty. If you also remember 2016, it was the year that everybody died. All of the famous people were just dropping dead left, right, and fucking centre. If you add all that into one, if you try and put yourself in my shoes back then, I just hesitated. Some paperwork that should have been done after 3 months, I waited till the 4th month, and then it was kind of too late. And then Brexit vote happened and we got the result, but we still didn't know what it meant. So I waited. I thought, oh, I'll wait a couple of months and we'll see how the negotiations go. And they didn't start negotiations for the first, if you remember, 3 or 4 months. They pushed the button on Article, it has a number, was it Article 13 maybe? Nobody knew what was going to happen. Nobody had planned. The UK government had not prepared for if it was a yes vote. And they just sat there kind of paralysed, and I sat here watching, and I was even more paralysed, waiting to see what the politicians worked out. So yeah, I did things wrong. I hesitated, I paused, I waited, I wanted to see how things were going to work out. But then you have to walk into the national police station. So Spain has basically 3 police forces. You have the Policía Local, that's your local everyday. They mainly do traffic warden type stuff and pub patrols, I guess. Then you have the Guardia Civil, that they police the police. They watch what the police do, and they do other. They'll pull you up as well. And then you have the national Policía Nacional, who are like the SAS of police. Normally they wear, if they're out and about, like doing stops during COVID, and they're in balaclavas with fucking machine guns. You're not allowed to know who they are. But when you're wanting to do your NIE paperwork, you have to walk into the Policía Nacional. And they're very officious. Even though they probably speak English, they won't speak English. You have to bring an interpreter with you. You have to pay and bring an interpreter. And when you ask them what paperwork do I need, instead of having a pre-printed form, like a checklist of what paperwork to bring, the guy behind the counter will write down 5 bits of paper to bring. Then when you bring them back the next day, the new guy that you see will say, no, we don't want that and we don't want that. These 3 are good, but we need these other 2 things that you haven't brought. And they just mess you about. Multiple visits. Then my mate Ismo, when he was doing this, they gave him a form and told him to go to the bank and he had to pay the €14 fee or whatever it was. They gave him the wrong form. It didn't have the barcode on that the bank needed. So then he had to go back and queue again for another 2 hours. Spain love their bureaucracy, but unlike Germany and Sweden and Norway, they're not good at it. I actually, personally, I believe that they make it deliberately awkward so that 3, 4, 5 visits are needed. That keeps them in work. You need more staff to handle 5 visits than if you just dealt with it properly on the first visit. That's my theory, but I couldn't be certain. The government, the police, it's a bit like Gambia. Wow. Gambia. That's alongside what, Gabon and Angola and Zaire. We're off in. Whoa! It's jumped to the bottom. I'm not surprised why no UK people don't get on a boat, throw away passport, and invade another country. But I stay under the radar. I think stay in Spain for now, Mike. If you could have a home and make it permanent to be in Spain, I think would do you well. I mean, if I had the money, if I got access to my UK money, I could certainly. I mean, I've rented apartments here just on the basis of having a passport. You never get a longer lease than like the 11 months. The maximum you can get as a long stay holiday rental. They won't give you above 12 months. Well, above 11 months. They won't go to 12 months and beyond because you get separate. You get rights. Then you get. But yeah, I could do 11-month rental. Like I did. I mean, folks, I've been here 10 years. I've only been homeless for 3.5, 4. It'll be 4 in August. So for 6 years, I was here, normally, real. Now, could I start working? I would be on the illegal side of things. I would be in the black economy, as they call it. I could. Not while I've got a disabled dog to look after, but that's not going to be forever, as we've discussed previously. And there is this big thing at the minute to normalise, to regularise illegals. It's mainly aimed at the Africans, but the rules don't specify that you have to be black for it to work. So if I got established, if I got an apartment, if I had some kind of income, it wouldn't be impossible. I'd have to get on the boat quickly. That's not the right phrase. I'd have to get aboard quickly. I'd have to get on with the process. Roger, who's sometimes in chat, he's got a solicitor looking into the process. He stopped talking to me. I think I might have spoken out of order. I might have spoken about his personal details too much. I might have offended him. He stopped talking to me a little bit. Oops. It's the problem with doing these 3, 4, 5 hour live streams. Sometimes I just run my mouth off a little bit. Scrolling. Am I scrolling backwards or forwards? Got pics of Nigel Farage up in tent. Mike's got... No, I don't think Nigel Farage is a man for the job. I'm a Rupert Lowe in the longer term. For now, if there was like an election tomorrow and if I was voting, which I wouldn't be. How does it go? Restore for now, reform later. No, which way round are they? The two parties both beginning with R, and I can never get, in my head I don't get them the right way around. Is it reform for now, restore later? I am a far right Nazi apparently. Ever since I didn't like Star Wars, the sequel trilogy, I've apparently been a Nazi. Who knew? But yeah, I don't trust Farage. He's, how would you say? He's an opportunist. He blows. He flows the way that the wind blows. If circumstances change, so will his opinion. Now they're the more established party. So if there was an election tomorrow, yeah. Until Rupert Lowe and his party get more established. Which way round? Give me the names. Reform for now, restore later. Is it? Both two new parties beginning with R. Restore, reform. I can't get them straight in my head. And I guess because I'm not there, I'm not all that, I'm not following the politics daily like I probably would have been if I was in the country. Yeah. Well, I don't know which way to scroll, guys. Am I going backwards or forwards? I've been to Eureka Nudist Club, Kent, in the 90s, says Jasper. I didn't realise till someone said, be careful, that's a oh, okay. Starmer is useless, he's resigned now. Yeah, he's resigned and yet he's still in the job. Because they're waiting for Burnham to come down, be sworn in, and then... Is anyone going to stand against him in an election campaign? Or are they all just going to stay out of it because they don't want to upset him? And apparently he's even more left-wing than Starmer. I've been left-wing is one thing, but it's the tyrannical stuff. It's the police arresting people. It's, look, I've made a big deal in the past about words, policing my speech. I say the words, all the words, including that word that you're not allowed to say. I say it from time to time in conversations like this where I'm discussing whether you can say the words. I'm not going to say it right now, but you know the one, the N word, as it is euphemistically referred to. Now, I don't call people it. I talk about it in the context of whether you can say it. The policing of speech, it's tantamount to the policing of thought. It's the next, it's right alongside. Can you say a word? And if you can't, what does that mean? Can you think the word? Can I be arrested for thinking the word? It's getting that way, isn't it? You now get done. Love him or hate him, Alex Belfield. Alex Belfield was locked up for 5 years for stalking. He stalked people that he never met. Basically, he had an extended email conversation with someone who says they didn't want to have the email conversation. Years later, that's what they said. And he's locked up for that and sentenced to 5 years. Now, they could have just deleted the emails. They could have blocked him as a sender. You know, you kill file, we used to call it. You say everything from him goes direct to the delete, to the bin, to the trash, whatever word you want to use. They chose to carry on receiving the emails and reading them, and then they went to court and said, boo-hoo, I got upset. Just block the sender. It was in your power to block those fucking emails. He was sentenced to 5 years. He was released after 2 on license, on parole. And then he wrote books about his experiences in prison, which the parole service didn't like, the prison service and the parole service. So they recalled him to prison for not breaking any laws. It's absolutely fucking diabolical. Basically, at his trial, he let the prosecution put their side, and then he figured they'd not presented a case, that they'd not presented something that broke the law. So he declined to put in a defense. He basically said, that's not illegal. Everything they've said is true, but it's not illegal. I sent some emails. That's not stalking. That was basically his defense. He made like a 1 hour long statement in lieu of, or instead of putting in a defense. He basically said, they've made no case. I'm just going to leave it to you, Your Honor, just to do the right thing and protect my freedom to send emails. And the fucking judge, who was an Abdul, turned around and locked him up for 5 years. Released after 2 and recalled because he wrote 5 books about his experiences in prison. Alex Belfield, I think it's a double L, I'm not sure. But, yeah. Tyranny, it's absolute fucking tyranny. It was a new law, it was a novel law used for the first time in this way, stalking by email. He never met these people, he didn't turn up at their house, he wasn't like outside their house with a fucking baseball bat or anything. He sent them some emails and did some videos on YouTube calling them names. Jokingly, he called them like shushy and he basically alluded to the fact that he was a fairy. What was something to do with dancing, light on their feet, I don't know. But I don't remember. But weird. I don't know whether to scroll backwards or forwards, folks. The government, the police is okay, like gambling. I think I'm back to where I was. I'm going to go forwards now. I'm sorry if I've missed anybody. They refused my NIE in Benidorm, but give me one in Alicante a week after. I got to go back to get and it's jumped. How far has it jumped? Probably quite far. Oh, fuck. Do I have to? Okay, there we go. I got to go after I've got to go back to get the NIE added to Austria passport. That'll be fun. Okay. Do you do that at notary? I would think I'll go to Policia Nacional. Yeah, Police in Alicante. Not sure. I'll ask it. Yeah, get a. What do they call them? It's a word that means manager, isn't it? So you've got abogado is lawyer. There's notary who just witnesses you signing things and photocopying things. And then there's another word where this is another thing. Spain has this thing, folks, where there's so much backwards. When you do paperwork and you try and do it yourself, they fuck you about that much that you have to go and pay a Spaniard to go and do it for you. And they don't get messed about. Because you've created a job, because you're paying a Spaniard, it's created a job. And so then they don't mess those around. Yeah. Yeah, notary is like it's not even a lawyer. It's supposed to be an upstanding member of the community. We have them in Britain, but usually a lawyer just does the same job and there's a fixed fee. You pay 10. When I started my limited company, I bought a book that had pre-printed documents. What do you call them? The Articles of Association and the Articles of... There's 2 sets. And I basically scanned them into the computer and run the OCR, the optical character recognition, over it. Made these documents, edited a couple of paragraphs, filled in some blanks, and then I went to a notary public. I went to a lawyer, and I just paid a tenner. There are people that will charge you £300, £400, £500 to set up a limited company. I paid 10. I printed these documents. Me and the missus, we went off. We signed the bottom of the documents, allocated some shares to ourselves, went and had it witnessed by the notary, which is just a lawyer, and he has a fixed fee. They can't charge any more than what the government says. It was either £10 or £15, and that was it. Sent them off to the company's house, and that was the company established. A notary could just be like a school headmaster, a doctor. It's an upstanding member of the community. Even a company director, if you're a director of a large company, even a company director himself could be a notary. It would have to be a significant company, something notable. It's notary, I guess. But yeah, I'll never vote Labour ever again, says Barry. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Historically, I'm Labour. I've said this before, I was an Arthur Scargill. I was far left. No. William Berger, an Austrian actor. I remember Patrick Berger that played for Liverpool. I don't remember what country he was from. Germany, maybe. Extra time for Switzerland and Colombia. I don't even know who's still in the competition. Where are we? Are we still in was it the round of 16? We're not in the quarterfinals yet, are we? I don't think we start playing the quarterfinals. Swiss Colombia game on. Well, hopefully Norway and England goes well. When is that? When is the England Norway game? Connected. How long was I gone? Oh, and where am I for power? 44. Okay. If they go through, I can watch it in Spain. Fingers crossed. Oh yes, Karen will be out here soon. Farmer says, "Don't know what you're talking about, Jasper." Did you like Lex? Oh, I remember Lex. It was a sci-fi show with a sex worker, a robot, a dead guy. I never quite got that. He was dead. He was like the undead. He was like a vampire or something. A space vampire. I remember Lex. It wasn't on consistently, so I'd catch the odd episode after I come home from the pub. And it was like a fucking, it's just bizarre. So I never watched all of it. Maybe that's something I could download and watch. I'm considering starting Babylon 5 all over again. It takes quite a bit of watching. 5 seasons of what, 24 episodes? It's a good couple of weeks viewing solidly, isn't it? It's a lot. And so it begins. You have a hole in your mind. Entel Zar, Valen. Ambassador Kosh, he's an angel. Anyway, that's spoilers. Still the quarterfinals, so we'll see final matchup. Should have been his defence, he'd have got a not guilty. What about Jeffrey Archer? He wrote a book in jail. Was it the media one? What was that called? He wrote about, it was very thinly disguised, about Murdoch and Maxwell. I don't remember what it was called, but I read it a couple of years ago. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, Robert Maxwell. Did he really die? Did he really fall overboard on that yacht? When billionaires disappear, when they fall off the boat and the body's never found. Maybe it's a Patrick McGowan thing. Maybe they're on the island with the prisoner. with Diana and Sugar. Don't know. Oh, my counter, my clock's gone wrong. I am only 10 hours and 40 seconds into this, 10 minutes and 40 seconds into this live stream. Despite being on 2 hours, 10 minutes, really. I got to go get another beer, folks. I may also stop off and a bit of mixturation, if you know the... If you know. Mixturation. It's not a mix, is it? There's no X, I don't believe. I will... Oh, look at that, right in the bin. What a star. I will mute the microphone. Because it's only 3 or 4 meters that way. I will be right back. Please don't leave. Is my cold water still cold? It is. I will pour myself a coffee as well when I get back. An iced coffee. An ice, not a nice, but an ice coffee. Back in 2 shakes. It usually takes more than 2 shakes, but you know. Actually, folks, I've just remembered. I did say that when I went to the fridge, I would show you my fridge. I told Jasper, didn't I? So come with me, I guess. Let me reverse the cameras and put the light on. I'm not going to show you the inside of the fridge, or not too much of it anyway. I'm not going to show you the contents particularly, but come with me. And you'll see it's a world of imagination. Here's my solar panels. The solar panels feed inside. You see the lines, you see the wires going in. Oh, yeah, there's some trash around there. There's some detritus around the door. All right, there's my fridge. It's kind of a chest freezer kind of thing. The lid is what opens. I do have lots of food laying around still from a few weeks ago when everybody brought me everything at once. So here's... Oh, it's not even turned on. Oh, no, it's not, because I've only got the one EcoFlow that's powered. The other EcoFlow ran out of power. Can you see down there? There's my EcoFlow. That's what would be powering the fridge, but that one ran out of power. And got this. So, and in here, I got a bit of meat. I got a thing, and then I've got cans of beer. Look. So that's it. It's a top loader. Whoops, got to move the meat back. It's a top loader, but that's... I don't know how well I'm showing that. It's difficult. It's quite big, 50 litres, and the majority, if I show you again, hold on, you won't be able to see this. There's a divider here in the middle. This part is fridge. This part is well, it can either be fridge or freezer depending how you set the temperatures. It doesn't have 2 temperature zones as such, but this part doesn't get as cold as this part if you set it really cold. It's an Alpicool, and it was the 50 litre. There was 3 versions, 30, 40 and 50 litres if I remember correct. Oh! Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Now I better zip this door. This door, can you see the hole in the bottom of the door? I gotta tape that up tomorrow. There's a hole there, and there's a hole somewhere. There's a rip in the side somewhere. It needs... I got to get the duct tape and the scissors out. Get that repaired tomorrow. Everything's always tomorrow. Mañana. I'm in Spain. Don't forget. Mañana, mañana. Here is a Tina girl. Hey, babe. Hello, you. You're going to say hello to your audience. Hey. Oh, did you hear the knees, folks? It's not just me going, oh. Sometimes it's just the body falling apart. Hey, babe. I know you don't like the light. Auntie Karen. Auntie Karen's here. Talking to me. Talking to Daddy. Yeah. Okay, babe. I'll give you a quick cuddle. Let me check your water. Have you... Okay, you still got water. All right. You're okay. Tina's okay. Daddy's okay. We're all okay. Oh, okay, folks. Here we go. My light's going well, isn't it? I'm quite impressed. I don't remember... When I got this lamp, the box... So there's 3 brightness settings, and obviously brighter uses more power. It's on the middle setting. I think the lowest setting, the lowest power, it claimed would run for like 14 hours. The middle, was it 10 or so? It might have been 8. And the lowest was like, sorry, the brightest, some like 6 or 8 hours. I don't remember the details. And obviously I don't have the box anymore. But yeah, I'm really annoyed about the USB port thing. But it will charge in the day. I can leave it outside. It will charge from sun. So that's a thing. I need to hooch her a little bit closer. I just need to check that she's not under my chair. She's not. And so I can... Do you know, somewhere in the tent, I've got 3 or 4 like pillows or cushions. I'm sitting here getting a bad back when I've got cushions that I'm just not using. Also today, folks, I don't know if you can tell, I sat out in the sun for a couple of hours with Ismo. He was under the parasol, but I wasn't. So I'm probably going to peel again in a couple of days. Yeah, look, because the sun's directly above, the shadow from the eye, from the brows, the eye sockets are white, aren't they? Or light at least, and the cheeks and the nose are bright pink and the forehead's bright pink. Oh, the fun. Right, I'm scrolling. These 2 teams have spent more time ballet dancing and playing dead than kicking the ball. I think Paraguay. That was shocking. Jump of getting. What? Oh, jump. Van Halen. Jump. Wasn't there also... Were they called something like Chris and Cross? Chris Cross? That'd be a 90s hit with 2 young lads. It's an English bloke who took me last time, but he knew every copper. I'm there was mad. He's been doing it. Hold on. I'm there was mad. He's been doing it years. They were all saying hola to him in a bar outside before the appointment. England, Norway, Saturday. We're at that point now, aren't we, where there won't be games every day. Once you get down to the quarters and the semis, there'll be days with no matches. It's not like in the group stage where there's 2 or 3 games every day. You reach a point halfway through the competition where suddenly you've got a day with no matches. Coffee, hold on. Did I already put the coffee's already in? I just need the water. I don't even know. Yeah, it's more or less finished. That's just the dregs. We'll throw that. The cold water isn't as cold as it was. Oh. Hey, Tina. Can Daddy give you a bit more cold water? Here we go. There you go, babe. And the bottle goes not exactly in the bin, but over towards the bin. That'll do. And now I can't control the screen because my hands are wet. Spoon. Stir. All right, folks, where are we? You ever tried controlling your phone with wet hands? Really doesn't work. It jumps around all over the place. Me and you are going to fall out, Jasper. Oh, Jasper wanting Norway to win. Okay. I know an artist friend was a gardener. Maxwell. Robert Maxwell. He wasn't a Robert Maxwell. I knew them. Well, I'm not going to say I knew the Maxwells. When I worked in London in the 80s, 1989, at Chelsea Harbour, the Maxwell brothers, Kevin and don't know. They had places there, and that Ghislaine bird, however you want to pronounce it, visited them. She didn't live there, but I definitely saw her visit them. I think it's Kevin Maxwell had a massive motorbike collection in one of the car parks, one of the underground car parks underneath the buildings. Chelsea Harbour was kind of a big thing in late 80s, early 90s. Everybody, all the posh people, all the people lived there. I think Sam Fox had a place. Michael Caine definitely had a place. He lived in the Belvedere Tower. Michael and Shakira Caine. Not that Shakira, but Shakira Caine. She was a Miss World contestant, if I remember correctly. Very bonny lady. And their two daughters. Yeah, very bonny. How old would I have been? 19, 20? 89, 20, waiting to become 21. Anyway, onwards. Who else was there? Cilla Black had a place there. Donald Sinden looked around there. There was restaurants there that were owned by Viscount Lindley. Lindley. That was Princess Margaret's son, maybe? Viscount Lindley. What was it? Deals was a restaurant. Deals. And we were just around the corner from Harvey's restaurant, which was, what's he called? The guy from Leeds with Marco Pierre White. The guy from Leeds with the French and Italian fucking name. Marco Pierre White. The guy that made Gordon Ramsay cry. Yeah. Harvey's, just around the corner, Wandsworth and Chelsea. Looking forward to watching the games in Spain. There's a fantastic atmosphere in a bar that I go to. Is Karen under 50? Not quite. $39-litre fridge would be better, Mike. No, I like the 50. I could get... I'm wasting it at the minute. I said this before. I've got a lot of butter in the bottom of the fridge section, which is taking up space it needn't take up. If I put that in a pan and melted it, scooped the scum off the top and left the milk solids at the bottom and poured it, what do you call it, clarified butter, yeah? That's shelf stable. That can just go in a jar. Doesn't need to be taking up space in my fucking fridge. So yeah, I'm I got stuff in there I've got some stuff that's just been there too long. I'm not sure that beef is going to be usable. That's been there a long time. I got some sausages that have been down the bottom that are kind of frozen most of the time. Those are probably okay because they've been frozen. But frozen, unfrozen, frozen, that's a little bit of a danger with meat. But if you cook it thoroughly. I do have some hot dog sausages and hot dog buns as well. I got stuff that I could have, folks, but like now, what's the fucking temperature? I couldn't stand there now and cook. It's still too fucking hot. It is 12:30 in the morning, right? It's 12:24. Let me get the temperature. Tonight's gonna be stupid hot all night. It's 27 degrees now. 7 degrees. Is this the night that's not going to drop below 25? Oh, it might get down to 24, according to this. It might get down to 24. They have terms for these things. So a night that doesn't fall below 20 is a tropical night. A night that doesn't drop below 25, I think they call it a torrid night. There's a term anyway. I don't know if I've got the right word. It sounds like the right word, but I'm not sure. Since we had the first tropical night, since we had a night that didn't drop below 20, at no point has it dropped. Usually they count the number of these days in a summer. They count them. Oh, this is a record year. We've had 30 of these days in the 90 days or however long summer lasts. Oh, we've had 40 or we've had every day. It's not dropped. It hasn't dropped below 20 at any point. And we're only in the beginning of July. We've got fucking August. August is the warmest month. Spain stomps in August. Everybody just goes to the seaside. The whole country just fucking shuts down. Since it rose above 20 degrees, it has not dropped below 20 once. Not one day, not one night. It's going to be a record breaker. You just know. It rained for 3 minutes one morning. Like just, I wasn't going to say drizzle, not the word, spotting, whichever word you prefer. Other than that, we've had some quite wet nights where the dew point doesn't quite get down. What they tell you what the dew point is, and it doesn't quite get there. But if it's within a degree or two, you get the moisture. And I've had it on the inside of the tent. I've had it raining inside the tent, just from the air cooling and not being able to hold the moisture that it holds through the day. So sometimes you get up and it's very wet outside, and sometimes it even gets wet inside. But now, because my roof has got splits in it, I asked Ismo earlier, the next time he comes around, we're going to put a new tarp over the top of the tent. He's going to help me. I can't do it on my own. It's a 2-man job at least, sometimes 3. But I did once put a tarp over on my own, but I had to like tie ropes to one end and throw on a stone and throw it over, and then haul it over. It was all a little bit. What's the word? There's a word. It's the name of a person. When you see these overly elaborate machines, you know, like dominoes toppling, and it knocks a ball, and it knocks such and such a machine, and it's a bloke's name, and I can never remember his name. But it was all a bit like that, tying strings to the eyelets and tying string to a stone and throwing the stone over and pulling on the rope and pulling it over. Someone will know the name. I'm going to scroll to the bottom and see if anybody throw a carpet over it. It won't take the weight. The tent itself, the fabric and the frame are fragile. This game is mad. They're a bit crap. I've never seen so many misses on goals as current. Jackie Chan film about IRA with Pierce Brosnan. IRA, the terrorists in Ireland. I don't know that one. Jackie Chan's more comedic, isn't he? That sounds like too serious a topic for Jackie Chan. I don't want to steal his thunder. Let some of your subscribers go live with you, Mike. Get more subscribers. You want to come on and you want to come live with me? I don't know how. I know that when you're using like OBS and things like that, you can bring other people on. Are you talking to me? Fucking hope not. There's 2 or 3 guys going past on these electric scooters at the top, and they've stopped at the top of the field. And I think that's who was shouting. Hopefully they were shouting to each other. Hopefully. Let your subscribers go live with you. Get more subscribers. I'm not sure how that would work. Why does letting random people on increase my subscribers? I don't know. I'm happy to link to any of you guys. I've got a section in the description that's friends of the channel. Hold on, what's that? We got vandalism at the top of the road. Oh, am I going to get involved? Am I going to get involved? I usually do. They're scooting backwards and forwards. Does anybody remember when scooters were they were a 5-year-old, they were a toy for 5-year-old girls. Boys had bikes. I'm scrolling. Apparently America has started, what have they started bombing this time? Iran again? It's Iran again. Okay. Scrolling, folks. I don't know about letting other people on. I don't know. I don't want to steal his thunder. What was that? Oh, let Carrot. Okay. You'll have to go live with Mike when you're in Spain. Some people like their privacy. I have to be careful. Like I said before, I think some people have fallen out with me because I've talked about them too much. What's a plinking and plonking? I don't think it's PayPal, is it? It'd be nice if all the plinks were donations, but they're not. What do you got? Oh, okay. Look at this. My phone's just renewed, yeah? 12:30. It renews. And straight away, ¿necesitas saldo? Question mark. Do you need credit? Do you need to put money on your account? Straight away, that's what they've just taken my money. And the first thing they do is ask if I want to put money on account. Do you need to top up? No, you've just taken my fucking money. So the way it works, I move money into like an account within their app, within their. And you're live, it says, and the number of viewers has dropped to 2. So we just disconnected and lost all of the viewers at once. There were 12 or more. I'll give it a minute and wait. Oh, look at this, and the counter, we're back down to 8 minutes on the counter for how long I've been live. Excuse me, it's 12:37, so over 2.5 hours. But my counter says 8 minutes 25 seconds. I think people, I don't know if people actually left. I don't know if I lost them for real or if it's just the counter. I don't know if it's YouTube's counter. It says that there's only 6 viewers. If it stays at 6, we'll end. I'm not talking just to 6 of you. But I think it's just that we had a little outage there. I'm not sure why. Also, while I'm thinking on, I'm going to remove the cable from the tablet and plug the phone in. While we wait for people to get back here, if they were indeed disconnected. I was down to 30%. Karen doesn't want to steal my thunder. Another miss. Okay, I can't wait to see the stats at the end of the game, says Karen. Vandal. How does that work? 2 or 3 people go live together. You use an external service. You use a third-party product called so you need a computer, I think, and you use something called OBS, Open Broadcast System, Open Broadcast Service, OBS. I'm not sure of the specifics, and then you give other people a link and they can connect in. And OBS, there's a few variations. The project, I think it was open source, the project was forked. There's Open Broadcast System, Open Broadcast, not theatre. Don't remember, but there are variations. There's various software you can pick between, but you have to pay like a monthly fee for that service. I think OBS itself is free. But some of the other services that people connect in with cost money. And obviously I'm not in a position to be signing up for anything else. It's like 10, 15, 20 euros a month, whatever it might be. That's a commitment beyond my means at this stage. Like I said earlier, I'm considering downsizing my phone package. Because they've added more and more gigabytes. They've taken away text messages, by the way. I can't do text messages. I can receive them, but I can't send a text without paying extra. I guess, I don't think I've ever sent a fucking text. Once or twice. To a friend who I thought had lost phone connection. Because if you don't pay your phone bill, your phone stays connected for 3 months or 6 months. It will receive calls, it will receive text messages. It just can't send them. You can't make phone calls, you can't make texts. But it will still receive for a few months. The details vary, I think, by provider. But I did a friend who didn't have money, who lost connection. I was sending texts to, but now I can't. That's been dropped from my own package. So that's fun. Scrolling. Knives and crap. People don't fight with fists anymore. I do. What to say? with a little bit of training, if you've got the right training, most people with knives don't know what they're doing. They're flashing the knife, they're showing the knife, they're concentrating, they're only using the knife. They can leave themselves wide open to if you can block the arm and punch or do whatever you want to do, or grab the throat or something. Most people with a knife don't know what they're doing. It's always a risk. If you decide, I mean, the safest thing to do is to back off if someone flashes a knife. But if you're daft like me, you'll probably take your chances. I did kind of get stabbed in the hand once. Which hand was it? Where was it? It was, here it is. Oh, you won't be able to see that. I can't even see it. I did instinctively push my, it's a silly thing. It is an instinct thing. Someone waved a knife and jabbed it at me, and I pushed my hand onto it, and I got a little scar. You won't be able to see, but it's a tiny little scar just there from pushing onto the point of the knife. I heard the skin pop as it went onto the knife, and I could smell the iron, the blood. Yeah, that was one. You have these little adventures in life, folks. You have these little adventures in life. If you do choose to tackle someone with a knife, chances are you're going to get cut a few times before you wrangle the knife away from them. Even with training, even if you know what you're supposed to do, there are various moves. You basically have to grab the arm. Grab the arm at some point. Maybe punch the shoulder. If you punch a shoulder, you weaken the muscle movement, and you grab, punch the shoulder, and then you get inside. You twist and turn and hold that hand so the knife's away from you. And then you got various manipulation. I've hurt my own shoulder now. Look, I can't move my own arm. I've just given myself a dead arm. Yeah, no. But chances are you will pick up an injury if you choose to tackle someone with a knife. Don't do that. Just walk away. Call them all the names under the sun and back off is your safest bet. I need to tap out, says Farmer. I think that's Farmer leaving. Is anybody else frozen out? I did have a disconnect, didn't I? I think you're all back. There was 11 or 12 people here, and it dropped to 2. You need a flamboyant woman to go live with, Mike, to boost subscribers. Might be like a raid. Okay. If you can pass a flamboyant woman my way. The Swedish bloke, Swedish John, whose tent I haven't checked, but I assume he's still over there. He brought a model around one day. Very pretty lady. Yeah. I thought maybe after he left, I thought maybe she'd carry on. You know, I thought she'd come and say hello, but no, I'm not that lucky, am I? Is anybody else frozen out? Back now. I'm frozen, Mike. Frozen again. It's buffering. Oh, I'm sorry, folks. It says I've got 10 people there. I did have a disconnect. I don't know why. I think they stopped internet as well, or else run out of power. No, my EcoFlow's here. I'm fully charged. My phone is, the EcoFlow's on 76%. It's giving out 7 watts while it charges the phone. The phone's up to 35. It was lower. Back now, okay. Penalties, we lost you. Yeah, I know. It said I was down to just 2 viewers after it came back. I didn't know whether it was just the counter that had lost. You know, we've had this thing in the past. I didn't know whether it was just the counter or whether you'd gone. Thumbs up, folks, if you haven't already. As Fama says here, pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button and consider subscribing. Why not? It's free. Barry's back. Yeah, penalty now, Mike. Okay. Karen do live with Mike, says Jasper. Here we go. So it's penalties, is it? Karen go live giving haircut to Mike. Okay. I haven't looked. I think the last time I forgot to do a before and an after. I didn't do a before. I've done before and after images and made a video of it. I don't think we've videoed actually doing it live. I think Karen and her family prefer a little bit of privacy. They say that a lot of people who carry knives end up getting stabbed. Yeah, people. It's that thing, like I said before. If you don't know what you're doing with a knife, you can get it taken off you, and the guy who takes it off you isn't going to mess about. I know I wouldn't. It's clear self-defense, isn't it? If someone comes at you with a knife, take it off. You don't even have to take it off them. You can twist their hand and their arm and have them inflict injuries on themselves. Yeah. The thing about a person waving a knife, he leaves himself wide open on the other side. They're open to kicks and punches because they're just concentrating on flashing a knife around. That I get told off if I talk too much about violent stuff. Like I said, I was a security guard. I had a little bit of training. And also, I think I've mentioned, a lot of the family were in the parachute regiment. You know, you pick up bits and pieces. Cheers, folks. Oh, that almost went down the wrong way. Cold and fizzy. You're right there, babe. You're okay. Hey. Good cuddle. Are you clean and dry? I think you're clean and dry. We had a quick walkies before we came live, but that's nearly 3 hours ago, is it? Yeah, 12:50. Okay. We'll try and do 4 hours, folks, as we usually do. That penalty. That one was easy. Mike said that's not a knife, this is a knife. Okay, that's a Croc Dundee, yeah? That's not a knife. That's a knife. Yeah. How did he get that? He can't have brought that into America, can he? On the plane. He must have bought it while he was there. Good films. I want to go back and watch those again, maybe. How many were there? Did they do 3 in the end? Crocodile Dundee, he went to America with the Kowalski woman. Kowalski? That sounds wrong. Kowalski is one of those names, like that's a character in Stargate, wasn't it? He went to America. In the sequel, they ran away to Australia to hide from the mob or whatever, so that he was fighting on home territory. I'm pretty sure there was a third. I'm not sure it's memorable. I don't think I remember it. They married in real life, didn't they? Paul Hogan and Kozlinski, not Kozlinski. I'm going to go Kowalski. Whatever her name was. Linda Kowalski? Maybe? They married in real life. I don't know how long that lasted. Is he still with us? Hold on. We got to get the... I've started, folks. We're going to start looking shit up. We're here for the education. Why did that suddenly move? We're here for the education. I think Paul Hogan's still with us. Is he? He was the guy that convinced us that Australians drink Fosters and they don't. It's not even an Australian beer. 86 years old. 8th of October 1939. It's a few days older than my dad. If my dad's still alive, and I don't even know that. Families, folks, families. Linda Kozlovsky. Reminds me of a girl I was at college with, Kopoglovsky. Gerda. Oh, wow. Oh, now there was a set of eyes. You could, oh, a man could drown in those eyes. Hazel, kind of bright brown eyes. And we had to do this thing, like a, what would you call it? Like an induction, like a getting to know you thing. You had to stare into each other's eyes for 30 seconds. My God, I fell in love instantly. She was too young and I was too old. What was I? I think I was 23, 24. No, I can't have been. But she was 17. But man, I could have sunk into those eyes. Kopoglovsky, that's not a common name. And neither is Kozlovsky, Linda Kozlovsky. Divorced amicably after 24 years of marriage in 2014. But he's still alive at 80, what did I say, 86, was it? 86, that's not bad. That's not bad. I'd settle for 86 if I could get 86 years in. What am I now? 57. That'd give me almost 30 years, wouldn't it, folks? That'd give me 30 years. My mum died age 60, so the clock's counting on that one. I've got 2.5 years on that, haven't I? Fuck. That makes you think. In 2.5 years, I'll be the age that my mum was when she died. Fuck. Wow. Now, fortunately, I was never a smoker. But you still got to wonder about the genetics. I don't know. Scrolling. Oh my God, well, straight over. These penalties are comedy gold. Is it that bad? Barry says it's comedy gold. Any flamboyant woman here for going live with Mike. Got to head off. UK Richie. Good night, my friend, and thank you for the donation, but no more for a while, eh? Just slow your roll. Unless you're a fucking multi-millionaire, in which case, you know. All right. Switzerland have done it. Swiss knife, Swiss Army knife. Yeah. The Swiss are not renowned for their army. I don't know why they've got an army knife. Although the Swiss, don't the Swiss guard the Pope? Isn't that the Swiss guard? I believe that's, I think I'm right. It is the Swiss that guard the Pope. Is that right? Let's check. You're here for the education, folks. When I have these thoughts and random ideas, and I don't know where they come from or where I know it from. If I just type Swiss guard the Pope, question mark. And we see what does. The Pontifical Swiss Guard is an elite, highly trained military unit and official bodyguard of the Pope. You see, I know shit. I don't know where I know it from or when I know it from. Established in 1506. That's 520 fucking years ago. By Pope Julius II. It's often called the world's smallest army. You see, whilst the Swiss are not renowned for having a fucking army, really, they guard the Pope. Provide close protection for the Pope during public appearances, guard the gates of the Vatican City, and secure the papal residences. Whilst there are a ceremonial honor guard carrying traditional halberds, I have no idea what that is. I assume it's some kind of dagger or sword. They are fully trained in modern security and carry state-of-the-art firearms. I got to look up that word though now. Halberds. Give us a fucking clue. Define. Halberd is a two-handed medieval polearm featuring a long shaft topped with an axe. Okay, so it's a spear with an axe on the side. An axe blade and a spear-like halberd. And often a hook. Oh, yeah, on the other side. So you've got an axe head, a hook, and a spear. Popular from the 13th to the 16th centuries. Highly versatile, allowing foot soldiers to hack, thrust, and grapple mounted knights. You came for the education, folks? Maybe? Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. Thumbs up if you didn't already, folks. Come on, let's get to 20. I wish Paul Hogan didn't make Crocodile because I like his TV shows. Oh, I liked his comedies as well, Jasper. Yeah. Yeah, the Paul Hogan show or whatever it's called, yeah. The comedy stuff, I liked that. But Crocodile Dundee is iconic. It is. I think I mentioned in previous shows there's a bloke called Croc Turnbull on YouTube, who is, so the type of character that Crocodile Dundee pretended to be, not pretended to be, but acted as, the nature reserve kind of guy. There's a guy online who is an actual fucking like park ranger or whatever the word would be, called Croc Turnbull. He spends most of his videos are taking the piss out of Americans asking daft questions about Australia. When they can't get their head around how it's summer in the northern hemisphere and winter in the southern. Yeah, septic, septic tanks, yanks. Cockney rhyming slang is somehow in Australia they call American septics. Let me just double check I haven't got no moths in my coffee. But give him a look. If you like Crocodile Dundee style humour, if you like Paul Hogan humour, you'll probably like Croc Turnbull. Turnbull. Very funny, and I guess he's kind of the real deal. He is the actual fucking like the outback, the outdoors man. He's not an actor pretending. His channel should be a lot bigger. It's very funny. He's got about 40,000 viewers, subscribers, whatever the word is. But I don't understand why he's not a lot bigger. Just lately though, he has to start taking the piss out of the Brits as well, which, we always had to have a knife in the guides. Yeah, you see, years ago a kid would always have a knife in his pocket. Nowadays it gets you locked up. If you go to school and you've got a penknife in your pocket, excuse me, just readjusting the undercarriage. If you go to school now like with a knife in your pocket, you'll probably get arrested. Whereas back in the day, we all, as kids, we all had a knife in our pocket. How else were we going to chop branches off trees to make fires in the woods when we shouldn't? Pile the leaves on and make a big plume of smoke. Sit around the campfire. We even had adults coming up to us. Every now and again you'd get some busybody coming along to try to tell us off. But most of the time, people came up and they were like telling us how to do it better. We had people walk past, oh, don't do it like this, lads, do it like that. Oh no, you wanna build up your kindling and people didn't like instantly call the police on us. They were teaching us how to build the fire better. But yeah, no, we all had. We made bows and arrows out of string and a bendy piece of wood. You know, I mean, they were crap, but we liked them. It was better than nothing. I've commented in the past about the amount of independence that we had versus this last generation, this last 15 years or so. Kids only going out when the parents have organised things. They go to each other's houses, but the parents drive them there and pick them up after. They don't get to go out on their bikes until they're about 15 or something. And all of the things that we did as kind of rowdy 7-year-olds or 10-year-olds, they're now doing when they're 15, 16. And it's kind of, when you've got these rowdy kids swearing at adults and shouting and do, but now they're almost full-grown men, and they're getting their first taste of freedom. We'd got that all out of our system when we were 7, when we were no threat to anybody. But now you've got these kind of full-grown yobs who are getting their first taste of freedom, 15, 16, 18, whatever it is. We were out on our bikes from the age of 7 onwards, going around to a friend's house. You didn't know whether your friend was in or not. You went around and you knocked on the door. Is Stephen coming out to play? Is Michael in? No, he's already out. He's out with, oh, okay. And you go around to their house and see if you can catch them there. Or you'd go down to the top field. Yeah, we had the top field and the bottom field. Proper village life. 2 fields. There was a top field and a bottom field. And you'd just go there and see if your friends are already playing football or whatever. 7, 9, 10, 13. In a lot of ways, when these kids come and throw stones at my tent, obviously I'm annoyed at them, but I'm glad that they're out at that age. Sometimes, some of them, one of the groups, that they're a little old. It's like 14 or 15 and behaving like a fucking 7-year-old. Now, when I was 7, I was probably throwing not at people or tents. We had some derelict buildings that we used to throw stones at the windows. Don't tell anybody. We were a lot more autonomous. We were a lot more independent than the kids that I've seen in the UK, certainly. The last 15 years or so, 20. I haven't been there for 10 years, but you get the idea. That last generation, It's all organised events, mummy driving you from this place to that place, play dates as you might call them, drop you off at Johnny's house and you sit in and play with the PlayStation. We were out on our bikes and skateboards, roller skates, bikes, out on our bikes mainly. Bikes and football was the biggie. Whoa, huge spider on my arm. I got rid of it before I realised. Swiss pocket knife, Paul Hogan's ex-wife, yeah. Lee Majors, is he still with us? The Bionic Man, Colonel Steve Austin. We can rebuild him. We have the technology. We can build the world's first Bionic Man. And then the bionic sound when it's doing it. That didn't arrive until season 2 or 3. They didn't get that bionic sound until later. First, was it the first season or was it just the pilot? They had a theme tune about him being the world's greatest spy. He was supposedly a spy. I bought the box set way back. All the DVDs. The Bionic Man and the Bionic Woman, all of the crossover films were in the same set. Not the Bionic Woman TV series, which is just as good. Lindsay Wagner. So Farrah was in a few of the episodes as well, wasn't she? Farrah Fawcett Majors. I think she was in the pilot. She's not with us anymore. She died a good while back, probably about 10 years ago. Let's just check that. Definitely dead. I'm just checking on the dates. Charlie's Angels and all that. How do you spell Farrah? R-A-H? Farrah Fawcett. 2009 she died. What's that? 17 years ago. Fuck. I thought it was 10 years ago. 17. She was a babe. A very pretty lady. And of course, what was the TV series called? The Fall Guy, where he's the stuntman and bail bondsman, the bail bounty hunter. The theme tune he sings. I'm not one to brag, but I've been seen with Farrah. Says the guy that was married to her. I'm not one to brag, but I've been seen with Farrah. I'm the unknown stuntman that makes Eastwood look so fine. Something like that. Scrolling. She was his love interest in movies, yeah. Shame they played each other because better teams have gone out. Okay. I think Argentina will be in the final. Says Farmat. France game and England game. England are always like the nearly men, aren't they? I think we'll probably make it to the semis and then we'll disappoint ourselves and you never know. You never know. Nobody really rates us this time around, so maybe the pressure's off a little bit more. Usually what happens is the British press have some story. Some player will have been having an affair or something. There'll be some scandal in the background. And the press wait until an important part of the tournament and then break this story. And it undermines the fucking team, puts pressure on. Wasn't it a few years ago one of the guys was having an affair with another player's wife? and they were supposed to shake hands with each other during in a match. And the guy walks along, shakes everyone's hand except for his, and walks past. He's blanking his own teammate. The British press have a reputation for putting all the pressure on and then undermining the team at the last minute. Hopefully not this time. But, you know, wasn't one of the World Cup, some players went out and had some beers one night. They had like 3 days with no match. So on the first of those 3 nights, they went out. And then the press are like, oh, these fucking pissheads have been out and look at what they've done. They went to a strip club and they did this and they did that. Fuck the press. Why are there not enough women subscribed to Mike? Because I'm an ugly bastard and I'm a tramp in a field. I mean, come on. I'm not... Do you know what I mean? I'm not a good-looking bloke. It's not gonna... It's like I've had 5 or 6 gay men turn up wanting sex. But no women come along just saying, yeah, let's do it. I mean, they'd take one look inside the tent and fuck off again even if they were up for it. But yeah, no, it's not. I'm not that bloke, am I? I've never been that bloke. I've told the tales about cherubism and about my face when I was young and about how I needed plastic surgery when I was 16. I'm just not that guy. The women have never been, you know, clamouring for some of this. Mushrooms double Swiss from Burger King was my favourite. What? We were talking about Swiss. Yeah, winner of France, Morocco and England, Norway will play each other in the semis. Okay. Please play Spain, Belgium. Sorry, I missed that. Spain and Belgium, we have a few more games to go then. Is he like Aussie man? Aussie man. Croc Turnbull. He's very Australian. He's like Croc Dundee, but real life. He really is. His real name's Steve, but yeah. Croc Turnbull. Next games Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. It's Tuesday, yeah? So there's no game tomorrow, no? Randy Feltface. Funny. Oh, God. Oh, was this me and the redness, maybe? I'm not sure. Young lad was out on his scooter and was robbed at knife point. He had the knife to his throat. Fuck. 7, I was a bit mischief. Yeah, we all were. Not an electric scooter. No, not when you were like a 7-year-old. It was the push. You still, I see now, I see gangs of kids come along and you've got, some of the kids have got the electric ones and then you've got the poor lad, but he'll be 14 or 15 on this fucking push me scooter, doing it all the manual way, you know, with the leg on the ground and, you know, trying to keep up with his friends. Get a fucking bicycle, lad. Second-hand places, you can get... Joby buys bikes for about €40. Second-hand or from the market or from these guys that rebuild them and repair them. Should get rid of people that would put a knife to a child's throat. Should be thrown in the sea with some concrete ballast. I agree. I'm Death Wish fan. Or I haven't seen. I got to watch the new one. I've downloaded it. Citizen Vengeance, is it called? Citizen Vengeance, I think. Yeah. No, we gotta start putting society back in order. They used to say that a village was 3 strong men. You need more than, you can't just have one big bad bully because he'll probably go corrupt. So you need, so that they can keep each other in order. But you need someone who can turn around and say, fucking no, don't do that. It's a, we can pretend that society is all civilized and, oh, just call the police. It's not, it doesn't work that way anymore. They're too slow, they don't come out for everything. You get a burglary, they don't come out. You say some naughty words. What was the one online the other day that I saw? Some kids were, no one knows that they've done this, some kids were accused of damaging a drain pipe. Like there's 5 or 6 kids sat outside a shop or a shopping centre or a row of shops, whatever. There was literally 15 coppers there because it's alleged somebody might have damaged a drain pipe. And they detained them all. They didn't investigate, work out who it was and detain that one person. So detained isn't arrested. Detained is you cannot leave while we investigate. But they just turned up and just said, you all have to stay. Totally fucking illegal. You don't get to detain a whole fucking crowd because you think one might have done something wrong. That's not how the law works. Start your investigation. Whoever reported the crime, ask them who it was. Get a description. Oh, it was the lad in the red top with the blue trainers or whatever. You get a description and you detain 1 or 2 while we investigate further. It's called an investigatory detention, really. You don't just detain 20 because one of them might have done something wrong. I get aggravated when I talk about the police. You can't get them to come out to a fucking burglary, or if your car's had a window smashed and the stereo nicked or whatever. 20 cops because one kid is alleged to have damaged a drain pipe. We don't know whether it was already damaged or not. We don't know that it's actually damaged. Low-hanging fruit. The guy that got beat up by 3, the white guy that got beat up by 3 black guys. There was more than 3. There was a crowd of about 5, but some of them were women. The police watch it happen. It's on body camera. The guy's on the ground. And just as he's getting up, this police woman slams him into a fucking, the roller shutter. She slams him into the wall. And he doesn't know what's happening. He lashes out and punches because he thinks it's the attackers still. And then he's getting done for attacking. It's not just assault on a police officer anymore, it's called assault on a first responder or something. They watched him get beaten up, but they make the easy arrest. Arresting the 3 black guys, that's too difficult. Let's arrest the white guy who's on the ground. The one guy, not the 3 guys. I get annoyed by the police. I've had my own experiences, obviously. Been homeless. I now have a criminal record. Didn't have a criminal record in the UK, but I now have a criminal record. Thanks to the police. Is this light getting too dim? I can, is the brightness here? I can't charge it, but I can, is that the button? There. It won't last as long, it will run out of power sooner. That's a little bit brighter, yeah? Where are my folks? Lee Majors, Fall Guy was awesome. Yeah, I loved the Fall Guy. And the ladies that were in it. Don't remember their names. One was called Terry something or other. Maybe. You had the Bonds woman, but then you had the other one, the blonde. There's a famous poster of her in the bikini. Anyway, too much testosterone. I'll be offending the ladies in the audience. Mr. Russell Berry, hi everyone, hope you're okay. I will try to catch up. Hello, hello. How long ago was this? This was 109. It is currently 122. I am 13 minutes behind, folks. He was 17 when it was all filmed and put on the internet. Not saying what he looked like, but you can imagine. He who, where are we here? Oh, the guy on the kid on the scooter with a knife to his throat. How do you download on 15 euros? Well, you've got your gigabytes. I get 100. I pay each month for 150 gigabytes, but I also, because I'm so far behind, I have 150 gigabytes roll over. So I've got 300 gigabytes available in this next month, and I torrent things, and my phone gets full up, but I've got an external hard drive that I can move files across to. Again, folks, an on-the-go either cable or adapter allows you to plug in USB-A kind of pen drives and external discs, almost anything. You can plug in a keyboard or a mouse and use it on your phone if you've got an OTG adapter, an on-the-go or OTG adapter. I've been recommending them for forever. But yeah, when my phone gets full, I transfer files across to an external hard drive that wonderful chap bought for me. Oh God, it's going to be more than 3 years ago now. He asked me what I needed, and I think he was meaning more. But the thing was, I'd got my first phone that two ladies had bought me, and I was trying to keep all the clips. I was trying to keep all the files, all the videos, and yeah, I ran out of space. So I said I needed a hard drive, and I thought maybe he'd get me like an SD card or a USB drive. He got me a 2 terabyte hard drive. Phenomenal. Again, fell out with me later, and I don't know why. He never did say why. He just ghosted me and went quiet. Maybe I talked too much online. Maybe I said too much. Maybe I name dropped. I'm not sure. I don't know. Some people get offended and leave and don't tell me why. Some people don't like my politics and so never talk to me again. I'm going to move this a little bit closer, folks. I think we are losing brightness. I've got to move it a little bit closer, but then move it back so it's not in front of the screen. When the light runs out, the stream will be over. I don't think it's got much left in it. It's starting to dim even though I've put it on a brighter setting. We are on 1:26. I'm trying to make it to 2 o'clock or just after. We'll need an extra few minutes because we had a couple of outages. If you don't know, I have to hit 4 hours of actual broadcast, and then all of the post-processing that YouTube does will be done within about 15 or 20 minutes. If we don't hit 4 hours, they'll take 20 hours to do all that post-processing, and anyone who's come along late won't have chat replay and all of the different resolutions, the different image qualities available to them. Oh, my back. So yeah, I want to hit the 4 hours. Unknown stuntman. That was Lee Majors. Yeah, I imagine. I know. Probably has been said, but I think it all starts in the family. If I put a thumb out of place to do what that 17-year-old did, I would never see the light of day. I'm Zami. Hello. Zami in, I think it's Fulham. Do you think it's fair to employ foreign footballer for UK? I think it's shocking that we keep having foreign managers. And the Premier League is a worldwide kind of institution, so you're always going to have foreigners in there. I think they should put limits on it, so that British players can get more established. They might even have done that already. I'm not sure if they put limits on the number of foreign players in a team. Is it limits in a team or in a squad? I'm not sure. But why the England team have got a foreign manager? That's kind of shocking to me. Then again, most of the Premier League have probably got foreign managers, haven't they? Liverpool appointed a guy I'd literally never fucking heard of. I'd never heard of him until he got the job. Maybe that's just my ignorance. I've been out of touch. I haven't followed football for the last probably 10 years while I've been in. I think 10 years before that, while I was running my own business, I didn't have time to follow the football. So I can't even name half the Liverpool players. I can't name half the England players. I don't know who they are. You got some of the names that have been there a while. Rashford and Bellingham and what have you. But a lot of them, I got no clue. I'm out of touch. The Littlest Hobo, the dog show's awesome. It was. I've got the theme tune in my head. Until tomorrow, I'll just keep rolling on. Maybe tomorrow I'll da-da-da-da-da. Until tomorrow, I'll just keep rolling on. Yeah, I remember the theme tune. We're not gonna go. Love Littlest Hobo. Yeah, Littlest Hobo. Everybody likes Littlest Hobo. Women want a clean tent, Mike, and to be pursued. Except for when they don't, because then you're a stalker. Is he related to Randy Rubanoff? Randy Rubanoff. Okay, yeah, okay. Citizen Vigilance. Vigilante, I think, isn't it? Maybe? With a T. ITV have just put up the next games and have missed off Spain and Belgium on Friday. Have I missed something? They're probably telling you the games that they're showing. And they probably only get half of them. The BBC probably gets the other half. I know this is American missionary woman, late 30s. She's quite pretty but too loud. She now found her love and getting married. I'm glad I'm better looking than her man, says Jasper. Oh, when you said late 30s, I thought you meant 1930s. This woman in her 30s. Okay, quite pretty. Have Spain and Belgium at 2:45 on Friday, July 10th. What? Is this the 8th now? It is? Okay. Here's one. It's my sister's birthday now. Happy birthday, sis. I know you're not going to watch this and nobody's going to see it. And I know the family's all falling apart. But yeah, happy birthday, sis. That's my sister Donna. Spain and Belgium at 2:45 on Friday. 2,100 hours for Karen. That'll be 2,100 hours for me, and it's jumped. How far has it jumped? Heather Locklear. That was Captain Kirk, TJ Hooker. Heather Locklear. The lady out of, she was another Heather in the Fall Guy with the famous poster in the bikini. She was a Heather, but it wasn't Locklear. Heather Locklear was 100% TJ Hooker. Scrolling back, I think Karen was leaving. Going to bed, good night everyone, said Karen. That was at 22. It is 32 now. That's 10 minutes ago. I'm sorry, I'm behind. Good night, Karen. Sorry if I'm too late. Did you fix your power situation, Mike? Your broken pin. You need new cable. No, it's the pin in the receptacle in the port on the light. I can't charge it. Well, it's got a solar panel on top. It charges from the sun. But as you can see, we're losing light now. In fact, I did have another. I think that one is permanent. Is that better? Is that on? Is that? Can you see that? Oh, don't fall. No, that's gonna fall over. Is that better or not? I think it is. I think you can see me more. It's not great. It's meant to be this one. It's meant to be a security light. Solar panel, you hang it up, it charges through the day, and then once it's dark, it comes on, and it has 3 modes. So it detects, it's got an infrared thing. It detects movement, comes on for a short while. Detect movement, come on for a longer while, or just be on, which is what I've just turned it into the on. But it's not that bright now that I come to look at it. It's had 2 days of charging. It's been outside for 2 days. Although this morning I had it pointed in exactly the wrong direction. So yesterday afternoon I'd turned it around to face the sun there, and then this morning so yesterday afternoon it was facing that way. This morning the sun comes up the opposite direction, and it was pointed in the wrong direction. So it hasn't had 2 days of charging properly. Similarly, my main lantern, that's on its brightest setting. It's got a solar panel here, but it's fading already. Apparently, you can go in. It looks like it needs a new 18650. I don't know whether it just slots in or whether it's kind of spot welded in or not. But it is supposed to be what's the word? Repairable, updatable. Yeah, I don't know. It's not going to last forever, is it, folk? We're going to have to call it quits soon because we haven't got any light. I don't want to just be a voice. It's 1:35. We've got 25 minutes. We're trying to go. We've got 25 minutes till the top of the hour. I probably want to do 30 or 35 minutes because we've had quite a few out. We had like that 5 minutes where some of you were locked out. So we'll try and go long. We'll try and go 5 or 10 minutes after the technical kind of 4 hours. But did I finish my coffee? I don't think I did. Give us a second. I didn't, and there's no moths in it. That's good. Okay, now it's finished. A little bit bitter, a little bit acrid at the bottom. I'm scrolling, folks. I'm scrolling. So on €15 a month, how many films can you download? A typical film, depending on the compression and the resolution, sometimes I can find them for 750 megabytes. So 3/4 of a gigabyte, sometimes just over a gigabyte. I could download about 300 this month. 300 films, if I could find 300 films. Or TV series, again, anywhere from, I like to get 45 minutes or an hour's TV. I like to get that for 300 or 400 megabytes if I can find the right resolution, because I'm just watching them either on the phone or the tablet. I mean, 144p is maybe a little bit too fuzzy or blurry. 240, how's it go? 240, 360. 360p maybe. I don't need occasionally I'll download something that claims to be 720p. They're usually not. But if the compression's right, if the file size is small enough, if it's under a gigabyte per hour, I'm prepared to download that. So yeah, I pay for 150 gigabytes and I've got 150 rolling over continuously. I never get through them. I had 60, I think I had 60 megabytes left. Megabytes, so not much. But I didn't get through the 150 that had rolled over. I didn't get to touch the actual 150 I was paying for this last month. I think the main thing I downloaded this last month was Clarkson's Farm. I was watching Deep Space Nine, Star Trek Deep Space Nine. I'm halfway through season 2 and I've downloaded season 3. And the rest is kind of sat there waiting to be downloaded. I didn't have I thought I was low on disk space, but by the time I deleted some of my UCut videos, so UCut is the software I use when I make an actual video. So I have my own clips. You make 6 or 7 clips, and then you join them together in UCut and you make one video. So it duplicates, everything gets kind of copied and re-output. Upload that to YouTube, and then I don't need to keep my original clips or the final video. So then those get deleted. I went through and deleted a lot of videos. If you remember me doing the cookery videos, I did a chili one day, and I did wasn't a bolognese. What did I do? Did I do a curry and a chili? Not on consecutive days, but 2 or 3 days apart. I had all those clips. I had the final videos were they in 1080p? The files were fucking huge. I don't know if they were in 720 or 1080, but the files were huge. Deleted those and all of the clips and some other bits and some other stuff that was laying around. I freed up 20 gigabytes of I would say disk space. There's no disk involved anymore, is there? It's an anachronistic term. What's the word I'm looking for? It's memory. It's anyway. Yeah, I freed up space, storage space on the phone, 20 gigs. But I think I can move down to the €10 because of the way that now you get more and more disk space. Not bandwidth. You get more and more gigabytes to download. I think I can switch down to the €10 package. Remember the lyrics to The Littlest Hobo, Mike. Your mind is doing fine. That is some good recall, and that's not the 3 boob movie recall. Total Recall, was it with the 3 boobs? They were beaten to that by about 20 years by Battlestar Galactica. If you watch the Battlestar Galactica pilot, there was ladies with 3 boobs. I don't know whether they had them out. It was the ladies who had a normal face, and then at the side they had like an extra cheek with an extra eye. They had 3 or 4 eyes, but they also had 3 boobs. If I remember correctly, I was 7 or 10 maybe. 10 when I was taken to see Battlestar Galactica it was at the Pictures. They took the pilot and the episode after and turned it into kind of a film, and it was released at the cinema in the aftermath, in the wake of Star Wars, wasn't it? Star Wars came out in 1977, and then TV Studios said we need a sci-fi thing, and so they made Battlestar Galactica. Oh fuck. Yeah. 3 boobs. Happy birthday, Mike, sister Donna. Yeah, happy birthday, sis. How's your dog, says Mr. Russell. She's fine, mate. I'll have to remind me to put the cable back in. Let me... Here she is. Hey, babe. Hey, Tina. You're gonna... Oh, God, I can hardly reach you. You've scuttled away. You've shuffled off, haven't you? You've shuffled away. She's okay. She's, I mean... She doesn't like the bright light. So I won't leave it on her too long. She's obviously on her way out, but the decline seems to have slowed. I'm gonna see whether I can put this up. Is up there better or worse? I'm not sure. I'm struggling for brightness on these lights. We're gonna have to call it quits soon. I'll put it back where it was. I think that was okay. She's on her way out, but the decline isn't as pronounced as it appeared a few weeks ago. She what would you say? I don't know what to say. I think that's a friend. What do I say? Yeah, the decline has slowed. Suddenly she seems to be kind of sort of in control of her bowel and bladder. Her front legs don't seem as weak first thing in the morning. So she's not laying in her own mess in the bed at night. I guess I'm making an effort to take her out more often, every 3 hours instead of every 4, which is helping. She does still have an open wound on her side. Small, it's like coin size, like the size of a euro or a pound coin. Where I think over a couple of nights she had been peeing onto newspaper and her puppy pads, but then she'd been laying in it and on it, and I didn't realise. And it's obviously urine is quite it's not acidic, it's the other one, isn't it? Alkaline. I think. So she's got a little wound. I'm putting the hand sanitizer, the alcohol gel on it a couple of times a day when I remember, and trying to deal with that, keep the flies out of it and away from it. It will heal, but it's taking its time. It's difficult though. So yeah, I'm trying. I've been here now. We're coming up on 4 hours. I haven't walked. I walked her just before we went live, but I'll have to walk her again before we go in, and hopefully that gets us through to morning. I'm not great. If I happen to wake up at like 4 or 5 in the morning, if I'm awake enough, I'll take her out for a quick walk. Not a big walk, but a very quick one. But if I don't, she's got the pads. We've got some puppy pads from Karen. We're running out, which is why we're using newspaper more and more. But if I detect that she's done something, I will move her. Either swap out the paper or move her from the wet end of the paper to the dry end, and try and keep her so she's not laying in it. It's difficult, it's awkward, it's not great, it's not a great topic to talk about. She's okay. 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was talking about how she only had 2 or 3 weeks left, it looked like, because of the rate of degradation, the rate of just the general direction things were going. If she hasn't got her back legs, and she hasn't had her back legs for about 18 months now, she hasn't got her back legs and she hasn't got her front legs, and they were going. And if she hasn't got bladder and bowel control, then what kind of life is that? Now, you wouldn't put a person down just because they're a little bit disabled. But if it gets to the point where she's lying in her own mess and getting open wounds and sores from it, and then flies buzzing around it, then you got to question, haven't you? And what I'm doing at the minute, folks, I'm carrying the back end, and then the front end with the collar and the lead. I'm having to pull up. I am having to lift her up while she walks with her front legs. Otherwise, she's collapsing on her front. She hit her chin on the floor earlier today. She had a drink of water, and then she lost, and her head hit the ground, and then she was like chewing mud. She had because of she was wet from drinking, and then she had the dust, and then she was trying to clean the mud off her face. It's not great to watch, and it's that assessment of where are we, when are we, how. Now, when she's on the bed with me and we're cuddling all night long, you know, she's my Tina still. She's there. She's still there. The body's, the personality, she's still there. But the body's collapsing from under her. And at some point, I have to call time on it. And it'll be my decision. I don't like that. And I'm not sure I can do it. So all that is to say, she's fine. She's my Tina girl. Apart from her body falling apart around her. Now, you didn't remind me, I have to plug this back in. Let me, we're on 59%, we're not bad. Fast charging, 49 minutes till full. The EcoFlow's on 73% still, that's fine. My fridge hasn't had any power for the last 4 hours. That's probably going to be about 5 or 6 degrees when I do get back in there. Plug that in and get that cooled down. Where are we, folks? Hold on. 132, 149. We got about 10. It's tough. Sorry, no worries. It's reality. It's, you know, it's John Pertwee, Tom Baker, Doctor Who. I did like John Pertwee. John Pertwee was like stranded on Earth and had to work with UNIT, didn't he? He didn't get much. He had to discover things going on Earth. He was, I guess the BBC was low on budget. Yeah, the John Pertwee. I like Tom Baker was my doctor. My doctor, Tom Baker. Especially with Sarah Jane and K9. So when you're not live, you're watching downloaded movies. Not mainly, I'm watching YouTube. I watch a lot of YouTube. If I told you who and what I'm watching, you'd think I'm they get labelled as far right, Nazi, whatever. Asmongold, Tectone, Decoy, or Decoy Voice as it used to be called. Who's the other guy? The guy out in Singapore. He covers YouTube drama. So when people are having a go at Tectone or having a go at Asmongold, he covers that. I can't remember his name. That's interesting. My memory, folks, my memory's short. For some things. And yeah, I can remember the theme tune to The Littlest Hobo. Or Merry Mungo and Midge. Or Bod. Was it Gilbert the It's not Gilbert the Frog, that's the wrong name. What was it? Alberto Frog at the end of Bod, wasn't it? Farmer Barleymow and PC Plod. Aunt May, possibly. I did download some Magic Roundabout. I downloaded every episode of Mr. Ben. What else? I wanted the flumps. I had the flumps halfway downloaded. And that particular torrent seems to have frozen up and not be available anymore. I got a load of torrents frozen, going nowhere. Every now and again, someone will come online and it will just download a little bit more and a little bit more. Maybe it'll get there one day. All of those classics. Here's my thinking. Come the zombie apocalypse. I know it won't actually be a zombie apocalypse, but let's say we have a total grid down thing. That there are solar flares or an atom bomb explodes in the air that can take out the grid, and they only have so many of these transformers kind of on standby to replace new ones, and it could take years for new ones to be made. Come the zombie apocalypse, as you might, we'll use as a coverall term for whatever kind of long-term grid down thing. I want to be kind of prepared. I want to be the guy that could entertain the crowd. I've got a TV in there. I've got a laptop. I've got a tablet. I've got phones. A phone, an external hard drive, and some solar power. And you can entertain the masses. I've got a good collection of films, of TV series, of what else is there? Films, TV series, documentaries, classics. What's it called? The Ascent of Man, was it called? So some of those classic 60s and 70s documentaries. The one with Alan Clark, all about art and sculpture and pictures and things. And then there's what's it called? Nanook of the North? Nanook? Have I got that right? Sounds a little bit like Nanu with Robin Williams. That's not where I'm going. It's about Eskimo life. Having things that can entertain people. It's about as close as I get to having a useful skill. I'm good with computers and phones, and I can attach a hard drive to a phone, to a tablet, to a whatever. I got the cable. If I've got the right cables, and then having basically it's software. It's a hardware and software issue, isn't it? Having the films, having the TV series. I used to have a download app that would download like an entire channel, a YouTube channel. So you could point it at someone like Corporal's Corner or one of the other kind of survivalist, all about different knots and different ways of making traps and snaring. And if you could download an entire channel from someone, I used to have an app that would do that. And then it got made illegal. It got wiped by the Android Play Store, whatever they call it. You weren't allowed to have that. If it was on your phone, it got deleted by them. They reached in and snagged an app that you already had installed on your phone. Bastards. I don't like that. This is another thing about the right to repair movement and about ownership. Having someone reach into your phone and delete apps that you've... The fuck? What are you doing? It's like when the Amazon Kindle app deletes books that you've already downloaded. Fuck off. That was my book. I downloaded that. That was on my phone. You don't get to fucking remove that shit. I hate that. I'm having to lean right in, folks, because there's no light coming from these lights. There's very little. I think have we made it to the 4-hour mark yet? No, we've got another 4 minutes. And then I want to do at least another 5, maybe 10 minutes after that, because of the outages that we've had. The disconnects. I want to make sure that it's 4 hours on the YouTube counter at the end. We're on 19 thumbs up. If there's one person out there that hasn't hit the thumbs up yet, getting to 20 is always a target. I always like to hit 20. It's a thing. I'm scrolling. So when you're not live, downloaded movies and downloaded TV series. I do. But no, mainly most of my time is I'm not even watching the YouTube videos. A lot of them are these sci-fi, HFY. Stands for humanity. Fuck yeah! That's what it stands for. It's a genre of sci-fi where we always beat the aliens. There's only really 10 stories, 12 stories maybe, and there's just lots of channels telling different variations of the same story. The story is basically, here's a summary of like, 4 or 5 of the stories. Some aliens decide they've discovered this new planet and they're going to invade, and they come along, and there's 2 variations from there. Either we've got weapons they didn't detect and we fuck them off and just bury them, kill their entire fleet. That's one variation. Or the other variation is they're beating us, but we get the odd occasional win. We shoot down one of their ships or UFOs every now and then we reverse engineer it, and within a week we've taken their technology and now we've got that technology. We can do faster than light, and we can do lasers, and we can do shields and whatever. And then we take that and we stick a railgun on top of it, because their shields are only for stopping electromagnetic. Their shields are for stopping lasers and things. But if you can throw a lump of metal at them at 1/10 of the speed of light, their shields won't handle it, and we can blow them out of the sky. So those are the 2 variations of that particular aliens come and there's another variation. Aliens come and we laugh at them, and they'll come and land and try and invade, but they'll land on a golf course or something, and things just. These are the comedic ones. There's a comedic variation about how they end up becoming friends and eating ice cream and whatever. What's another story is we send some cadets off to the aliens training school, military academy. We send some cadets, and because we are death worlders is the terminology. If you look at Earth as a whole regime, hurricanes and tornadoes and earthquakes and volcanoes. So and then we've got all these predators like sharks and wolves and tigers and lions and bears. So Earth is classed as a death world by all of these other planets who have a much softer ride of things, and our gravity is stronger than theirs. So some big alien dragon-looking dinosaur creature comes along and smacks the Earth girl, and his hand breaks into 1,000,000 pieces because we're just tougher and firmer and more dense, and so they look at us and think we're pathetic. We haven't got the claws, we haven't got the scales and the defenses, the natural protection. And so they attack us and break their hand when they punch us or whatever. That's another key story. That's HFY. It's fun. A lot of the videos are really shite. You can't really watch them. They'll put subtitles up and they're all jiggly, and they'll put images up and they rock from side to side. I put it off to one side and just listen to it like it's radio. So put it down to 144p, the minimum resolution. Lower the overall bandwidth being taken up by that crap, and just stick it on the side. If I paid for YouTube Premium, I'd be able to turn off the screen and have it just carry on playing the audio. But I'm not paying. I can't pay for that shit. Scrolling. Tom Baker is my doctor. Doctor Who, yeah, Doctor, my doctor. Such far, Matt. Tom Baker's my doctor. No, not Doctor No. That was James Bond. Doctor Who, that's what I'm telling you. Russell, Mr. Russell Berry was leaving, I think. Timony, Nanook of the North, I believe so. But there was also, there's a whole list of documentaries. The Ascent of Man, that was the one with Alan Clark, I think. There's another one, wasn't Heinz Wolf. There's a science one. Oh, and then you've got the BBC TV series Connections. I don't remember the name of the bloke. But he'd start off with like a more recent discovery, and then he'd link it to all these past, and you'd end up going back to like Isaac Newton or fucking Plato or Socrates or somebody. Tim Timony, hello, my friend. I don't often see you live. Capability Tarzan. Yeah, I am kind of naked at the minute. I am actually. Where is my top? It's over there, isn't it? It is getting a little bit. I am like the wrong side of warm. I'm getting soft, folks. It's like 25 degrees and I'm starting to feel cold. How's about that? Isn't that weird how you acclimatise? Because it's been like 27, 28, almost 30. Well, some days it's forecast to be 35 one day this week. Once it gets down below 25, I put a blanket on last night. Only about 5 o'clock this morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, I pulled a blanket over me. I've been just lying on top of the bed. I haven't had a cover over me. It's got to be a good couple of months, maybe 3. Last night I reached for a blanket. I am just going to grab my top. I might even, if you bear with me, folks, I'll carry on for a little while. I know I said I was going to finish on the 4-hour mark, and we are there or thereabouts. I do just need to visit the little boy's room, so I'm going to mute the microphone just for a minute, and I am going to grab my t-shirts over there, probably getting damp. It feels like it's getting damp. You know, the dew point or whatever. I don't know, but I feel like things around me are just, yeah. My lamp is wet on top. Not that you can tell that there's even a lamp here. I know I'm very much silhouetted. Let me turn my own brightness up a bit so I can see it a little bit more like you might be seeing it. Yeah, that doesn't help. I've got this light shining at me, and I've got this lantern which is fading. That's on its brightest setting. It's fading drastically. Where was it? It was there. I might have to try and bring them closer or sit in more closely. But I am just going to have a quick slash. I've got half a can of beer. Give me 2 minutes. 1 minute. Who am I kidding? Itchy nose. Okay, folks, I'm back. My t-shirt is wet. It's wet through. It's actually quite nice. It's going to be one of these wet evenings. It's a fairly clear sky. There's a bit of cloud up there, wispy, but I don't think my phone would pick that up. Wet t-shirt. I haven't done that yet this year. Through the day, I would used to, I think because my bowl's broken, I've got a really big bowl inside, but it takes a lot of water to put any kind of depth in that. So I haven't, ordinarily I would dip my t-shirt, rinse my t-shirt in some water, put it on the clothes dryer for 2 minutes, and as the sun does the evaporation thing on it, it gets cold, and then you put it on. I got movement in the field. It sounds like a person. I can't see because of the light. I don't know. Sounded like proper footsteps. Not like a cat or a mouse or a rat. That's annoying. What's going on here? Don't know. Oh, now it's an itchy ear now. All right, folks, we're going to be drawing to a close soon. I'll go a little while longer if you're here with me. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see us hit 20 on the thumbs ups. You need a flashlight. I've got one somewhere. It's a wind-up one. Karen got me ages ago. I know exactly where it is. It's in a bag. God. So when I moved tents, when I changed tents last time around, which is 16 or 17 months ago, I had a bag of odds and ends. I had a wireless keyboard and mouse that I'd picked up by a bin and that worked when I got them. They don't work anymore. I think they got wet one time when the field kind of almost flooded. The tent got wet on the floor. Let me get closer. Ouch, my back. I got a twist right hand side because of carrying Tina always on my right. You should see my shoes. One of them's white and one of them's yellow. She gets me. She pisses down my leg and down my foot quite often. Gets me. Anyway, but that twist carrying her on the right, and then when she staggers about, puts an extra jarring motion. Oh, in fact, just me doing that hurts. And yeah, I don't think I've taken any painkillers yet this year. I don't think so. Not at all. Last year I had a couple of weeks where I was taking a painkiller or two each day because she jarred my back. I think I jarred it. She didn't. I was trying to walk past her and I had to bend and twist. And I think she moved while I was trying to walk around her. And it caused me to jar and I knackered my back. And then, of course, I'm still having to walk her, carry her with a bad back. Yeah, no, that was interesting. Scrolling, folks, I got Star Crash Caroline Munro. Star Crash Caroline Munro. David Hasselhoff. Marjo Gortner. And they get Spaceship. Looks like a greenhouse with no exhausts. What? Are these even words? You need flashlight. I saw the flashlight. Probably do with a flashlight. No, shush. Who's on first stick? I like spaceships when they get steering wheels and not stupid buttons. Capability Tarzan. Oh, I'm back. I think I saw this. There was Russell leaving, and Tim Timoney saying Nanook. Nanu. That was Mork and Mindy, wasn't it? Which bizarrely was a spin-off. Did you know this? Mork and Mindy was a spin-off from Happy Days. Bizarrely. There's the program that literally jumped the shark, yeah? That's where the phrase comes from. I got 3, 4, 5 guys running along the top road. Running. I hope they don't see me. Okay. Where was that? So when you're not okay, this was it's jumped back to so when you're not live. Good night, everyone. Okay, there was spaceship's steering wheel. You don't want like a joystick. Joystick would be more for flight, no? Light flesh like chicken. Hold on, light flesh, flashlight. 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 I don't know where chicken comes into things. Yeah, Mork was on Happy Days one. He was. So was Susie Quattro, wasn't she? She played some love interest. I don't know whether she was famous in America. I mean, she was American, I think, American or Canadian. But I think she was more famous here than she was there. Somehow. She was on Kenny Everett. It's okay, Tina. It's okay. You don't need to eat anybody yet. I'll tell you when. Then I'll have to carry you there while you eat them. Okay? Ataka. Tina, Ataka. How are we doing for light, folks? Can you actually see me? I'm not sure you can see me anymore. Who was it the other day said I've got the face for radio? I think it was it Robert? Just going to be off. Good night, Mike. Have a good night. I got a feeling it's gonna be a good night. Black Eyed Peas, maybe. Good night, Farmer. Fabrizio is leaving the building. I guess I am as well soon. I don't know how much longer. Where are we? I'll go for a round number. Oh, it's 1:15. How's about I do another quarter of an hour and we'll finish on the half hour if anybody's still out there. I'm still waiting for that 20th thumbs up if there's anybody there that hasn't done that yet. I've not got much beer left in this can. I might have to grab another one. If we're going to carry on for another quarter of an hour, folks, I'm going to need another beer. This one is more or less empty. I'll go with ostensibly empty. Although there's a word that I misused for years. Ostensibly. I thought it meant like more or less. Like is that job finished? Oh, it's ostensibly done. It's more or less done. It doesn't mean that. It just means it appears. It's apparently done. You can fake it and it's ostensibly done. Ouch. Something's eating my ankle. I'm going to go get a beer, folks. I think that's Farmer just leaving, and he said on his way out the door, he said, pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And consider subscribing. Why not? It's free. Jasper says it's really cold. What is? You got 20. I'm only seeing 19. But okay, the like we've discussed the Ajax requests or whatever. I don't know what the modern technology would be called. I call it Ajax because that's the asynchronous JavaScript and XML. Back when I was a web developer, folks, I did forget the terminology. We had to look it up. I couldn't remember what the letters stood for. I remembered the name Ajax. I had to look it up. They probably don't use XML anymore. They're probably using one of these markup languages. Same difference. Asynchronous requests from an app to go and... Jasper says 16 degrees C. Oh, is that where it is where you are? I'm on... what's my temperature? I don't have an actual thermometer, but I've got the weather forecast. Hold on. It's 25, wasn't it, last I looked? Oh, there's Farah. I don't mean to boast, but I've been seen with Farah. 26 degrees here still. Right now. 26. Apparently there's a 1% chance of rain. Let me check for the next week. Here we go. So I got this thing. I got this Google alert. Where is it? Is it still here? It is not. I had an alert saying cooling over the next 3 or 4 days. It's not here now. I must have clicked on it by accident at the time. And yet, so today's peak, so Tuesday, 34 degrees. That was, I guess that was yesterday. Now, it's Wednesday now, yeah? 36 degrees today, folks. Up from a peak of 34 to 36. But a warning about cooling. 36 fucking degrees. Add to that the fact that I live in a polytunnel. It's going to get warm in there. Things are getting wet. That tablet is damp. My lantern is wet on top. I got to go get a beer. Hey, Tina. Can I get out? Bear with me, folks. 30 seconds, I'll be back right with you. Oh, cold drink. All right. There we go. Oh, hey. Okay. Hey, Tina girl. You okay, babe? I'll take you for a walkish soon, yeah? About 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Tina's okay. Daddy's okay. We're all okay. Okay. I'm still only seeing 90. This is very cold. Considering that the fridge hasn't been powered for the last 4 hours, the beers are getting colder. I thought you'd fucked off. Did I miss something? That's your lead, yeah? Oh, Fabrizio is still here. I don't know what to do about the lighting, folks. That's... If I could... How do I make it point this way? Because it's the shape, it's kind of triangular, the light. I guess we do that. Considering it boasted, my main lantern boasts like 14 hours or something. Keep smiling, keep shining. 36 fucking degrees adds an extra 10 to the temp. 36, yeah, what's that in, I know you're in Canuck. What is 36 in American, in Fahrenheit? Double it, 36 becomes 72. Knock off 10%, that would be 7. 72 becomes 65. Add 32 makes it 97. Is that right? That's my maths. Whether my maths are up to the job after a few beers. 72 minus 7, 65, add 32, 97. Just shy of 100. 37 must be 100, is it? I stayed for the extra 15 minutes. Okay, sounds about right. Okay. Last year, July rained all the days and really cold, says Jasper. In Germany. Whereabouts in Germany are you? Are you in the north or the south? Where you're going to name a town and I'm not going to know where that is. North, south, east, west. Where are we, Jasper? Oh, something's eating my calf muscle. Oh, I got George visiting me tomorrow as well, haven't I? I forgot about that. I don't know if he's still out there. And, oh gosh, what's his son called? Who's here sometimes? Let's go. Darren. Is it Darren? Darren, let's go. Yeah. Okay, folks. Yeah, no, when I was first homeless, I stayed with my friend Lorraine for a week or so. Then I moved in with Ismo for a month. April. It literally rained all day, every day for the entirety of April. And Ismo was only here for a month. He went back to Finland and I don't think he'd seen the fucking sun. He'd also lost his phone and bank card at one point, which was a little bit awkward for him. And I still owe him my half of the rent for that month. He paid, and I said I'd give him my half when I got my... I expected to get my bank thing, you know. My bank thing was new at that point. I thought, give it a few days, I'll have it sorted. Here we are fucking 4 years later, and I've still not got my bank thing sorted. 4 fucking years. Santander, you are going to get so much shit when I finally get around to sorting you out. 4 years living in a field while I've got thousands of pounds in the bank. Yeah. I could say things, but I'll get myself in trouble if I do. Saxony. Yeah, I told you you were gonna name an area, north, south, east, or west, mate. I've got no idea where the fuck Saxony is. I know that the Saxons came over and you know, the Angles and the Saxons came over and populated Britain. Populated is not the right word. Invaded is probably. I also know that sax is an axe, isn't it? It's a knife or a blade. It's an axe. Sax. It's also. Am I right in saying it's where we get Essex and Sussex? Is the sex from sax? I think it might be. Shall we have a look? Let's check online, see whether I'm just talking shit. I usually am. But I have this recollection from somewhere. So, how am I going to, how do I ask this? Is the sex in Essex from Sax or from Saxon? Is the sex in Essex? That's not sex offender. Go away. What are you? Is the sex offender shuffle real? I don't even know what that means. Why are you? Is the sex in Essex from Saxon? Saxony, just Saxon. Let's just do that. Yes, the sex in Essex and other British place names is from the Old English word Siax, which means Saxon. Look at that, folks. I know some shit, don't I? Where the fuck did I pull that from? Essex, Sussex, and similar. The sex is from Saxon, and the sax of Saxon is it's an axe or a knife or a sword. I don't remember the specifics. Well, let's look that up. Let me look that up. So I'm pretty sure Saxon means knife or blade. Or maybe it doesn't mean it, but it's derived from it. Type the fucking N. The bottom row, I'm forever hitting the space instead of the Saxon means knife. Yes, you're exactly right. The word Saxon ultimately derives from the same word, the siax or sax, Old English word simply meaning knife or cutting blade. God, I know my shit. Not bad for a tramp in a field, folks, yeah? Let me scroll because 100 kilometres, yes, 100 kilometres from Dresden. I've got no idea where Dresden is. North, south, east, or fucking west, we said. I want to know if you're in the rainy north or if you're in the hot and humid south. Saxon wheels of steel. Wheels of steel. Keep smiling. Saxony, Saxon. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, well, Saxony and not. Yeah, but I know, but the words have got to be related. You're in the east. The east. That's the right hand side. If I put it simply. Okay. Show my ignorance. I'm terrible. Well, I'm not terrible with coordinates and directions, but East Germany, the east of Germany. I mean, there is no East Germany anymore, but the unification happened 1990. January? No, hold on. The wall came down. Did it come down in 89? 89, 90. David Hasselhoff brought the wall down, he claims. I'm trying to remember what year. 89 or 90. Berlin Wall. It's about the same time that Nelson Mandela was freed. This is what's pulling me. Mandela was like January or February of 90. I think the wall came down in late 89, the Berlin Wall. And then unification. Saxony, not Saxon. The two words have got to be, the Saxons have got to have come from Saxony. I mean, that's got to be a thing. Surely. Yes, I called you Shirley. How much longer are we carrying on with this shit, folks? Me pulling random facts out of my ass. Do not disturb mode is on. It's 2:32, so we are 4.5 hours in. We've had the one donation, so thank you to UK Richie for that. If there's anybody else out there who wants to help, help a tramp survive, I'm still only seeing 19 on the thumbs up. By the way, I'd like to see 20. I'm told. Surely don't call me Shirley. Yeah, surely don't call me Shirley. Far east, far south. You're in the southeast of Germany. So it's going to be the warmer. It's going to be the warmer end. Although when I was in Holland, what month was I in Holland? That would have been like an April, maybe. Kerkrade. So I was at the southern end of Holland, near Maastricht, not far from Maastricht, but closer to the German border. German border? I think German border. Excuse me. It was very warm, even in March or April, whatever month it was. I was surprised how warm it was. When you consider it was like a half-hour flight from fucking Heathrow. So much but then again, I mean, London, the south of England, is 3 or 4 degrees warmer than what I'm used to up north in summer. Where did I go? Chelmsford. Yeah, I had a client in Chelmsford, and I went there. I arrived like I had a meeting, and I went the day before, and I went out, and I spent like 4 or 5 hours just walking around, and it was so warm. It's like a different country. You could just feel the difference. Now, I've lived in London. I've mentioned this before. I lived in London for a year, but when I went to Chelmsford, I think because I just got on a train in the morning and then I got off the train later, I can see 20 thumbs ups now. Thank you, whoever did that. Thank you. Much appreciated. But when I went to Chelmsford, I could just feel. I got off the train and was just hit by the warmth. Like when you get off when you arrive in Spain, if you arrive at the airport and you go down the gangway into the airport, you don't notice it. But if you're on one of those flights where you have to climb down the stairs into the airport and onto the tarmac, and you get picked up by a bus, those ones, the ones where you open the doors and you're outside, you feel that blast of warmth. I got that getting off the train in Chelmsford. Really, I was going to say interesting, but that's not the right word. Strawwald, I'll walk to Herrnhut. Google Zittau. Bless you. No, it's blooming cold. Mongolia, says the farmer. Mongolia, inner or outer? It's a classic mastermind gotcha, wasn't it? Who was the presenter? Magnus Magnusson. He asked the contestant in the general knowledge round, what's the capital of Mongolia? The contestant turns around and says inner or outer. And they had to nullify the question because it had not been specific enough and they didn't have the information, they didn't have the right answer. Anyone who doesn't know, Mastermind is like a famous quiz show from back in the day. Before Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, you'd have 2 rounds. You had your own, each contestant would have their own specialist subject, and then there'd be a general knowledge round. But one of these rarities where the question was ambiguous and the contestant pulled them up on it and they had to work out how to handle it. What's the capital of Mongolia? Inner or outer? And I remember this because I was 7, you know. Well, not because I was 7, but I was 7. I sleep in wagon by sheeps. I'm seeing more and more people pluralizing sheep with the S. Jeremy Clarkson was doing it a lot on his show that I've just been watching. For anyone who really knows the English language, sheep is a self-pluralizing noun. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. There's no such word as sheeps. Unless you're going to go possessive. The sheep's hooves or the sheep's hooves, not there. I don't think sheep have hooves, do they? Do they have hooves? I don't think they're cloven. Sheeps, they're not trotters, that's pigs. What do sheep have? Feet? I don't know. My ignorance of farm animals. Jesus, really? I am 57 years old and I don't know what a sheep's foot is. It's not a hoof, is it? I don't think it's a hoof. Are they just feet? Paws? They're not claws. Fuck. Can you believe I'm asking Google. Can you believe this shit? I am 57 years old and I know fucking nothing. Oops, there's no double H in sheep. Sheep's, you see, now that's apostrophe S, not sheep's foot. Tell me about it. Sheep's foot can refer to multiple things. A specific blade shape, the cloven hoof of a sheep. It is a hoof, and it is cloven. What does cloven mean? Is that where it's split in 2? There's like the big toe and the rest of the foot. Is it that? Hold on. Let's look up cloven. I've got to look up cloven now because I need to know. Define cloven. Divided in 2. Goats with their funny 2-toed feet are often described as having cloven hooves. So it's the same with sheep. It's common to see the adjective cloven describing. Does it derive from like the word cleave? The word cleave is, okay, sheep, goats, and deer. Cloven. Is it derived from cleave? Which would be like when you take a cleaver. Cleave's a funny word because to cleave something can both mean to separate and to join. Is that right? Have I got that right? I think that's the right word. Hold on. Cleave derived from, I'm guessing here, folks. Bear with me. What was the word I was going for? No, cloven. I was going for cloven derived from cleave. I got it the wrong way around. I typed it wrong. Cloven derived from cleave? Question mark. Yes. Oh, it went with garlic rather than. So a clove. Oh, I mistyped. I didn't type cloven properly. Hold on. Let me put the N on the end of clove. Cloven. Yes, cloven is a traditional past participle of cleave, to split or divide. Isn't that interesting? I guessed. I didn't know. I pulled that out my ass, and I was right. I usually am, let's face it, folks. I'm quite good at this shit. So cloven hoof, cloven split in two is derived from to cleave. Am I also right? Hold on. To cleave doesn't have a double meaning. Oh, that's not. Whoa, you're putting in shit I didn't type. To cleave can mean to join as well as to split. Is that right? Can mean join, question mark. I might be wrong on this. I'm not as. To cleave can mean join, question mark. Yes, to cleave can mean join. It's a rare breed of word called a contronym. It has two completely contradictory meanings. It can mean to separate, to split in two, but it can also mean to join together. Where do I pull this shit from? How do I know that? Why do I know that? A contronym. It can mean the exact opposite of itself. It can mean to split apart and to join together. And I knew that. I wasn't 100% sure, I'll be honest. There was a good chance that I was going to get that one wrong. But no, I got that shit. Tramp in a fucking field talking about contronyms. I did not know that term. I'm going to remember that forever, though. Contronym. Let's look up some other contronyms. Let's get a list of contronyms. Give me a second. List. Something's eating my left calf muscle. List of contronyms. NYM, maybe? Yep, okay. Contronyms. Also known as autoantonyms or Janus. Janus, I get. He was the two-faced god. He guarded a gate and he could see that way and that way. Janus is where we get January. See the shit that I know. So he could see last year and the next year because he guards gateways. Bolt. To secure or fasten or lock something, but also to dash away or flee. Are they opposites? I guess to lock something up and then to flee or run out or something. Bound. To move forward with a leap or jump, but also to tie up and stop from moving. Yeah. Cleave we've covered already. Clip. Fasten or attach to a surface, but alternatively to cut, snip or trim. Clip, yeah, to cut. Okay. So to fasten and to release, yeah. Dust. To brush or remove fine particles, dust the surface. Okay, so yeah, to remove particles, but also to sprinkle over to dust something, like your icing sugar or something. Fast. Move at high speed, but to fix in place. To fast, like to fasten, unable to move. I get that, yeah, okay. Garnish. Decorate or enhance, but also to take away, like when you garnish wages. Okay. Oversight. Careful, watchful supervision. Oh, but also a mistake where you okay, it's a careless oversight. I didn't notice. So to watch carefully, but also to not notice. Ravel. Like to tangle, to knot. Complicate threads. but also to untangle. Really? Ravel can mean unravel. Can it? I would know. I would unravel. I get, but ravel can mean unravel. Who knew, folks? Did you know any of this? I'm learning. I've never heard ravel used in the opposite way. Unravel. But ravel can mean unravel. What was she called with the hair in the tower? Rapunzel. Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your long hair. To sanction can mean to approve something. It also can mean to punish you for doing it wrong. Okay. And this is why you came to talk to a tramp. You wanted to learn. Maybe. Maybe not. We hit 21 on the thumbs up. Thank you, thank you, thank you, folks. There is a chance that more people come in because we hit 20. This is the mythos, the mythology around YouTube. I know I'm in the dark. If I show you this, if I just show, can I do this? Oh my God, the phone exaggerates the brightness of the lamp. That lamp is about a fifth of that brightness. It's nowhere near, and that is nowhere near that bright. That's bullshit. No. The reason that I'm sat in the if the light was as bright as the phone said it was, as the camera said it was, I'd be sat here in fucking glorious Technicolor instead of being a shadow. Babylon 5, the shadows. No. And so it begins. You have a hole in your mind. What a fantastic program, folks! If anyone who's never watched, if you're into sci-fi but you've never watched Babylon 5, please do. You will be amazed. It's such a story, and it was written from beginning to end before it started. They had to make a few changes along the way because, like, the main actor got mentally ill and had to drop out. So they had to rewrite it and bring in another character and move him away. But the story was there from start to. There's a 4-season story arc. They made a 5th season afterwards, but that was just the studio wanting to carry on. There's a major drop off. I think they switched channels or studios. For the first 4 seasons. I gave away too much of the plot the other week when I talked about it. Humans meet some aliens, and we make a mistake, and we go to war, and they beat us. They've beaten us at every step. We've never even blown up one of their ships. It turns out we blew up one of their ships at some point. But they're untouchable. They're so far ahead of us, and they get all the way to Earth. Battle of the Line, it was called, when every spaceship we had went up against them. And they wiped us out. And then they surrendered. And no one knows why. And the program happens 10 years after this war, where we won because they surrendered. And we don't know why they surrendered. And that's your beginning. And that's all I'm going to say for now. Although angels and demons, kind of, sort of. Jack the Ripper at one point. Kind of, sort of. Fantastic. Honestly. 4 seasons of, I think it's 22 or 24 episodes. You're basically looking at 100 episodes, more or less. And then the fifth season, you don't really need to bother with. That was an afterthought. The whole story had happened, and then people got greedy and just wanted to keep the story going. Babylon 5. It is probably the greatest story, or if I say the greatest story ever told, that'll get me into religious trouble, won't it? Because that's the Bible's kind of tagline. Kind of. Sort of. Then again, angels, demons. Sort of. Without giving it away. Okay, folks, where are we? I got 11 of you here still. How am I going to carry on? I don't know what am I doing. Still only the one donation, is it? I think it is. I gotta scroll to get rid of that. Okay. I'm like a dark shadow in the background. Shadow, you see. That's what took me onto Babylon 5, isn't it? The shadows. Zahadum. If you go to Zahadum, you will die. And he did. And he didn't. To Captain John Sheridan. President, I guess, in the end. Now there seems to be a, what would you say, a jinxed cast. In the 10 years after the program finished, so many of the actors died. So many. Some of them were old anyway, but a lot of them died young. A lot of them. Scrolling. Is anybody talking to me? I sleep in a wagon by the sheeps. That's. I went off on a tangent there, didn't I? From sheeps. I was looking at plurals, and then somehow I went onto those contronyms. Was it called? 30 minutes is a good distance. 30 minutes is not a distance; it's a time. What is it with people from North America and time being a distance? Yeah. No, it's just 1 hour that way. 1 hour. At the speed of light, 1 hour is a long way. If I had internet by sheeps, I'd be in Hernhout. I don't know what that means. So you have a cramper, Jasper. Camper. Stop counting sheeps. You'll make Zs. Don't pluralize sheep. It's like Lego. Fuck, what is it with Americans and Legos? The company themselves say it's a self-pluralizing noun. 1 Lego, 2 Lego, 500 Lego. There's no such word as Legos. Anyway, I'm off. I dream of Stellar Wagon. Stellar sounds like sun or star. Oh yeah, sheet metal. Do you like them American caravans, not Airstream slide-out panels? Americans and their RVs or fifth wheel? Fifth wheel is something you pull along like an actual caravan versus an RV which drives itself. Bauwagen is a sight trailer converted to living. With the wagon I get. Bow, I don't know, bow. Split. Contraceptives, what? Is that related to huge anus? Okay. Farmer. It's time you fucked off. Huge anus. The god that guards the gates and can look both ways. He's got a face on both sides of his head. He's literally two-faced. Fill my cavity. Bend over. Oh God. Bend over. He was an actual porn star, wasn't he? Masturbates. Captain Pugwash, maybe. It's kind of an urban legend. It's not as. It was never as. Jack, you're late. No, these things never happened. Who cares? I like to say sheeps. No, I mean, it's funny, but you know, masturbator. Bow means build. Baumeister is a build master. Okay, master builder. Okay. You live and you learn. And I am now up to date with chat. Ouch. And things are officially. Oh, something's officially eating my leg. And we're approaching 3 o'clock in the morning, my time. 0300 hours. I think I've finished both of my coffees. I have. My lights are almost out, folks. And I'm down to about this much beer. We will be bringing it to a close. Something about me likes to finish on like a round number of hours. Not necessarily the time, so not necessarily finishing because 3 o'clock, but finishing on the 5-hour mark, roughly, of streaming. So we have to go a few minutes beyond because we had those. I've not heard well. Did your pins break or the plug? It's inside the socket. Inside. It's not the wire. It's not the connector. It's the socket in the lamp. That's why I'm having to charge with solar, and that's why I'm running out of power now and can't top it up. Unfortunately. Now, apparently, way back, I think around. Do you get money for live? No, I don't get any money from YouTube. No. It's entirely the PayPal donate link is my only source of revenue. Because I'm not here for real, because I'm not registered here and not tax registered here, I can't. I was part of the YouTube partner program or whatever they call it, associate program, whatever it's called. I was part of that for 1 month. That's an easy fix. Lamps can be cheap. I was just saying, Karen bought a lamp the same time she got me one. I think she got herself one and has not used it in, years. She's offering me her spare lamp, or I could save up and buy one myself, either from Temu or from Leroy Merlin. A little disappointed that this one has this, single. It's the tiniest, flimsiest piece of metal that must have got bent or broken off or whatever it's got. Kind of annoying. Some YouTubers got 2 million subscribers. How much money they get? Well, here's how it works, Jasper. For every 1,000 views of a video, I don't know about live streams, but in general, every 1,000 views of a video, you can make between 1 and 5 euros, depending on your category and what the advertisers want to pay. So if you get 1,000 views, you might get €1, you might get 5. Depends on category. If you've got, let's say that you get the guys who've got 1 million, people like Asmongold and Tectone and stuff, they don't get 1 million watching live. Nick Ricator, at the height of some of the trials that he covered, he's a lawyer. At the height of the Johnny Depp trial, He literally had 100,000 live viewers, 100,000 concurrent. He could have made £1,000 that day, because the 1,000 viewers is not the total number. That's how many were on it, and that's the maximum that were on at once. But during the whole stream, he might have had 2,000, 3,000, 100,000. He might have had 200,000, 300,000 total viewers. So that's 300 times, maybe as much as €5 or dollars in his case, because he's American. Up to €5, pounds, dollars per 1,000 views. And if it's a live stream that goes on for 8 hours like he's did, it's probably even more, because the adverts that are shown in between, guy was rolling in it. So having 1 million subscribers isn't the metric. The number of subscribers isn't the metric. It's the number of concurrent viewers. So I've only got 7 people watching me right now. So even if I was monetized, it wouldn't be, it wouldn't get that far, would it? When I close the stream down and I get the statistics, there's probably been 200 viewers throughout. But people come in and they watch a quarter of an hour, and a lot of people have got no idea what this is, and they just see it listed and they drop in. And if I don't do the intro and explain what the channel is and what it's about, they might only watch 5 minutes and then fuck off. Some people might drop in and be intrigued by whatever I'm talking about at that time, and I pick up new viewers, maybe new subscribers. But I'm not monetized because I haven't got a Spanish tax number. So my only means of supporting, the reason I do these live streams, folks, the reason I do these is for the PayPal donations. I am basically begging without being too obvious about it. Patreon to get money. Patreon is another option, but again, you probably have to register and give your tax details, and I don't have tax details. So I've avoided that, because I'm a really small channel. The guys who've got thousands and thousands of viewers can push a small percentage towards Patreon. I get 20 viewers maximum concurrent. I've probably, in this stream, I probably only had 15 or 16 viewers at its peak. Patreon, probably no one's going to sign up for. And even if they did, like I said, same thing. I don't have those tax details. So there's that thing called, is it called something like Buy Me a Coffee or something? Buy Me a Coffee and PayPal are probably my only options. Anything more complex, and if you go Patreon, you have to offer people stuff. We're going to do like a members stream. I'm broadcasting to 7 people as it is. If I do a members only stream, how many people are going to be there? 1, 2? Will I be talking to myself? I'm just not that big. I'm not that big a channel. I'm not that big a draw. I'm not that big a celebrity. It's a tramp in a field. It's always going to be a little bit niche, isn't it? It's always the OG of us here. Yeah, you know, farmer. I remember when I brought a few more from Big Clive and Scruff Dog, but I think some of the more left-leaning people didn't like my politics or my opinions, and so left and don't come back. If you remember Sausage Roll and Chipmunk, they obviously were further left than me, heard my views and couldn't just ignore what they disagreed with. It's just, you know, I'm out. You've got the wrong opinion, I'm out. Some people are like that. I personally, I mean, I can listen to people who are left. I can listen to people who are right. I can listen to people who are in the middle. I think people on the left are less tolerant of alternate viewpoints. And some of my viewpoints are quite alternate. You're a celebrity, Mike, but you don't want to be a regular celebrity. You're a citizen celebrity. It's the best kind because I don't have to deal with people. I've never been recognized in public. Now, it has to be said, I don't go anywhere, so I'm not out in public the last 2 years because, dog. Hey, babe. Daddy loves his girl, doesn't he? I'm trying to prepare myself for when she's gone and for having my freedom. And how sad I will be at that point. It's going to be like a real double-edged sword. I'm going to be heartbroken, but I'm going to be free. And I don't know how to marry those two thoughts together. I'm really torn. There's a real dissonance. Good word for a tramp. There's a real dissonance in there. I'll be able to leave this field. I'll be able to go back to some old haunts, to some old places. I'll be able to go and have a coffee in a bar. Outside at a cafe bar, not a bar, but I'll be able to go out in the morning and grab a coffee and a bun. What do they call them here? Magdalenas. That's a cupcake. If you're stateside, coffee and a Magdalena, or I'll be able to go to Murph's and have like a breakfast. When I've got, on the days when I've got spare cash, when I can spare €10 to buy a breakfast, which, to be honest, the idea of spending €10 on one meal does kind of shock me. That's probably not going to be very often. Unless someone sends me a donation and specifically says, go get breakfast, in which case I have to honour the stipulation that when someone says what to do with the money, if it doesn't say that, I'm probably not going to do it, because why would I? The same €10 could get me fish and chips on a Friday. But again, €10 on one meal. I don't know. It's hotter than two rats screwing in a wool sock, to quote Wrecker Rick. I've got no idea what a Wrecker Rick is, but it's hotter than two rats screwing in a wool sock. It's an interesting quote. Just spend the time. Whoa, it's jumping. Just spend the time now with Tina, and yes, you'll not have a responsibility, but that's not necessarily a good thing. Maybe go 3 months and see about another pup. I've already thought about, would I have another dog? Here's the thing. Would I inflict this life on another animal? I don't. I would pause greatly before inflicting this life on another dog. And B, who's going to give me a dog? Like if you go to the pound and you want to kind of take a dog on or whatever, they want to do a home visit and check that you're a suitable owner. Look at me. Look at my lifestyle. Look at where I am in life. Am I a suitable owner? Like I'm 2 years behind with Tina's rabies jab, which is a legal requirement. am I... Who's going to give me a dog? I don't think anybody would. I don't think I'd give me a dog. In the real world, I would get the next dog before this one passes, so that they know each other. So that when I'm talking to the next dog about Tina, you know, they'd know who and what I was talking about. I'd have that overlap. And dogs are pack animals anyway. Yeah, I mean, there's the whole question of whether you should have a single dog anyway, or should you have multiple? Is it fair to just have one dog? But here, like you see, when I lived with Christian, so that's the bloke I lived at, we shared an apartment for 3 years. He had a dog, I had a dog, so 2 dogs together. And yeah. So even if I considered having a dog, A, should I have one, given my situation? Now, I updated my view on this a little while ago. Karen changed my view. I thought it was wrong, or would be wrong, to bring another dog into this kind of lifestyle. But like she said, Tina... So you understand the pack animal, the alpha, the leader, the man in charge, the doggy daddy, whatever you want to call him or her. Most people get up and go to work for 8 hours a day. Maybe they travel half an hour or an hour each way. So 10 hours, that dog's on its own in an apartment or in a house. My dog had her alpha with her pretty much every minute of every day. Had. I'm talking past tense already. Has had her doggy daddy with her. I think that's a good thing, isn't it? Wasn't it? Didn't it? Doesn't it? But on the flip side, we had a house. When I first had Tina, I had my own house. I was renting my own house. Then we moved in with another bloke, and we shared an apartment for 3.5 years. Then I got my own apartment, and then I was made homeless. And now we live in a field. We lived in the park for 2 months, and now we've lived in a field for nearly 4 years. That's not right. 3.5 years, plus 2 months in the field. It'll be 4 years in total come August the 14th. I don't know, guys. It's hard for Tina, who can't walk. Yeah, you see, I want to remember Tina was like shit off a shovel. Tina was so fast at running when she ran away from me those first 3 or 4 times. I can kind of laugh now, but oh fuck, I got welts on the back of my legs from where I've been eating. Oh, you fuckers. She was so fast. I like to remember those days. We played in the park, and if I was running alongside her and she was on the lead, I won. I was faster than her. But if I let her off the lead, she wasn't even a. She was 4 times faster than me. I thought she had greyhound or whippet or something in her. There's a Spanish one called something like an albondingo or something. I could be way off on that word. Bondingo, albondingo. It's a hunting dog. She's Spanish, so I don't know. But I thought, yeah, must be hard for Tina. So in a way, she's in pain, but you don't acknowledge it. Yeah, pain. I don't know about pain, but yeah, it's sad watching the. Give me a word. Decrepitude, the decline. Watching her body fall apart around her, and it must be bad for her. She wants to get up, move about. She must want to run. At night when she falls asleep and she's running in her sleep and the legs are going and she's kicking me in the balls. Yeah. Decrepitude. Is that a word? I feel like that's a word, but I'm not sure. Let me scroll back. It's hard for teen. Yeah, okay. What if someone says, "Take this money and see Hugh Janus"? You'll have to run. Yeah, it's the gays coming to the field again. Dog is your protection. She has been. There's been many times that there's been dodgy people hanging around outside the tent, and Tina growls and barks. Even though, see, even her growl and her bark are reduced. This is the wasting. I've talked forever about how I feel it's a degenerative disease. Even her bark isn't what it used to be. But when you've got dodgy people hanging around and she barks, they don't. If they don't know, she's disabled. So I come out and I'm all like, "Fucking, what are you fucking?" And I get in their face. But there's a growling dog in the tent. They're gonna think he could just whistle and his dog comes out and eats me. So they back off. How many people has how many how many times has she saved me from trouble or from a fight or from grief just by growling inside the tent? You'll never know. But the other day, it's about a week and a half ago, there was some cunt in the field here, wasn't there, at 6 in the morning? Guy came staggering through the field claiming that his car had broken down, but he was pissed as a cunt. If he actually had a car, I mean, I don't believe that he did, but he was talking bullshit. And he was drinking my fucking water, it turned out. I didn't realise. I thought he'd brought water with him and then he left it. And I'm like, "What about your water?" "Oh, it's not mine." Fucking what? How many times does having a growling dog in your tent make them think twice? It's probably plentiful. Probably is. Where was I? Rescue dogs, animal shelter dogs don't find an owner will have terrible short life, so you would extend their life. Not every. God, there was that. It's a thing in America. There's a scandal in America at the minute. A dog pound that claimed to be a non-euthanasia, and they're finding hundreds of dogs' bodies buried in the field next door or wherever. So they're a charity and they've claimed forever that we don't euthanize dogs, and there's hundreds of dead dogs in the field. Yeah, no, it's terrible. I guess the cost of maintaining dogs, I mean, dog feed, it's not exactly expensive. You get like what have I got? A 22 kilogram sack, and it was €14. Used to be 9. Okay, it's 14. It's less than €1 per kilogram. But I guess once you've got enough dogs and nobody's taking them, And then if you start being fussy about who can take them, if someone applies, if someone asks, if someone says, can I take that dog? Then you start doing home visits and saying, no, you're ineligible, you're not good enough, you're not rich enough or whatever. Then you have to start what? Euthanizing the dogs because you can't afford them. Don't know, folks. It's not great. Related to Ashad, handed to him. What? Asad, handed to him. Where are you going there from, man? I've got no clue. What if someone says take the money? Eugenus. Am I missing a pun here? Ashad. Okay, that is ass. He's had his ass handed to him. Okay. I have to thank my sheeps. Thank my sheeps. Because people who love Jesus love sheeps. And they say sheep is people who believe in Jesus. Oh, the Lamb of God thing. Is that where you're going? Agnus Dei? Agnes? Is that? It is Agnes, yeah, like the name. Like the lady's name. Agnes Dei. The whole thing of Jesus being a shepherd, it's like the fisher of men. They used I was going to say agrarian. That's not the right. It's agrarian. It's farming. That's crops, no? Arable, agrarian. No. What does agrarian mean? It's to do with farming. Arable is just crops. Agrarian. I got to look it up. I've confused myself and I need clarification on a word. Give me a second, folks. If you came here for the education, you're along for the ride. Let us look up, what were the words? Agrarian. Agrarian. Meaning. Agricultural fields, farming, the ownership and use of land. So it's not animals. It is the land, right? Land is the primary source of wealth. Agrarian reform. Social and political emphasizes small-scale family farming. Yeah, but is it animals or is it just arable? Is it just crops? Agrarian. Agrarian versus agriculture. Whilst the terms are often used interchangeably, there's a subtle distinction often made. Agricultural refers to the science, practice, technology of farming. Agrarian goes a step further to include social, economic and political structures surrounding land ownership. Really? I still don't know whether it's just plants or if it's animals as well. I guess I will remain, what's the word? There is a word? I can't remember the word. What's the word for when you don't know shit? Ignorant. I will remain ignorant. I am losing the light here, folks. I don't think we can go on much longer. I do need a pee. We're on 3 hours. No, it is 3:26. We're not on 3 hours 26. We're on 5 hours 26. We'll go another 10 minutes. And then we'll have to call it quits, I think. Otherwise, what kind of spectacle is this? All you can see is the spectacles with a little bit of light glimmering in them. And I need to take my doggy for a walk because 5 hours. If she hasn't done anything and isn't lying in anything, I'll be surprised. There's probably a pile of poo back there somewhere that I can't see in the dark. I'll walk my doggy, and then that'll be her, 3:30. She'll probably manage 9 in the morning, maybe, depending on how early I wake up. Which again, I won't go to sleep straight away. I'll have to lay there for an hour awake, trying to nod off. That'll be 4:30. Yeah, before you know it, it'll be 5, 6, 7 o'clock. Um, I'll try and walk her either 8 or 9 in the morning. Um, she'll be on newspaper. She's got her pads. We'll, if she does have an accident in the night, we'll survive. Um, we'll be right, folks. We'll be right. I got um, I got George coming tomorrow. He says he's going to bring me some food and fly spray, wasn't it? Isn't it? Didn't it? So that'll be a thing. Um, flies are a growing problem, a growing nuisance. Um, partly just because in a field, I said tonight how I've been eating, but also I've got food going off in there. I had to bring. I've got a box that had some potatoes and some onions in it, but just an open, big plastic tote box. I had to bring that outside because everything's gone off. And then some of the good stuff that's in there is starting to go off because how long can you leave stuff in a plastic bag in the heat? There's no room in the fridge. I lost a quarter of a cauliflower. I've got the outer leaves of my cabbage are going. I think some of the potatoes have gone a bit squishy. And if you know anything about rotten potatoes and when you put your finger through those squishy bits, fuck, they stink vile. I got I think it's a 2 kilogram pack of onions that didn't go bad on their own, but they were sat in the cauliflower mush. Yeah, I don't know, folks. And I just don't feel like cooking, and I don't feel like eating. I've eaten once properly this last week. I'm going through water. Usually I've got 3 or 4 of these. Oh, I've thrown it away now, haven't I? I emptied the 1.5 litre bottle of water when I'm in my cold coffees. I got 3 or 4 of those in the fridge. My fridge is basically, in the fridge section, it's all butter, margarine and cheese. The freezer section is all water and beer. Like a 12, whatever remnant of a 12 pack of beer is left in there. And then these 4 bottles of water. And then there's these bits of meat or I've got a pack of sausages that's frozen in there somewhere, as long as it stays down low inside the freezer compartment. Yeah. Okay, folks, where are we? Okay, we're on 3:30. I need a wee. I don't think I can hold on, so I'm going to go do that now. If you leave, you leave. I'm going to be wrapping up in less than 5 minutes anyway. So if you want to leave, leave. I'm just going to hit the mic. I'm going to turn the microphone off just because it's 4 meters that way. I don't want you listening in. I might fart while I have a piss. Who knows? Make sure I hit the right button. I'm back. I know you can't see me. Maybe you, it depends how much brightness you've got on your end. My end, not so much. All right, folks, we're going to call it quits any minute now. We're in the wrapping up stage. It's 3:30 my time. Still only the one donation, I think, which was UK Richie. Thank you to UK Richie. I gotta say, Tony in Australia, Akadaka, sent me a donation this morning out of the blue. I think he said he was catching up on past streams, because I go 4, 5, 6 hours. Yeah, I'm behind myself. I can't keep up. I can't watch all. I haven't got the time to do a 6-hour stream and then watch a 6-hour stream back. Much as I'd like to, and catch all of the chat and make sure I've not missed anything. And the links that Fama introduces and stuff, get the context. I don't have the time to catch everything. Sometimes I say I'm going to link to somebody and then I never get back to the stream and put those links in. I apologize for that as well. I'm trying to pad out at the minute. I'm trying to pad out the friends of the channel section. So if you've got a YouTube channel that you want to promote, tell me, and I'll link to you in my friends of the channel section in the description. And maybe occasionally I'll copy that friends of the channel section into a comment after the stream. After we finish, folks, if you haven't given a thumbs up already, give us a thumbs up. Do leave a comment. I know chat is while we're live, but afterwards, you know, some kind of comment saying good stream or enjoyed it or didn't enjoy it or you're a total wanker. I don't know. Anything helps. We're going to call it quits here, though, I think, folks. Let me just scroll and see where we have time. Yeah, 3:35. We're 5 minutes after, so that'd be 5.5 hours, roughly speaking, with the outages that we've had. I'm going to unplug the phone, and we're going to leave things in the manner to which you may or may not have become accustomed, depending how long you've been here. Oh, a blast of warm air. There was a breeze and it wasn't even cool, it was warm. Okay, folks, let's do this, if we can. Hey, Tina. Hey, babe. Hey, babe. Hey. I know, I'm pimping you out a little bit. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike, if you can even see me. Out! Thumbs up if you haven't already.